Okay. I think we're ready when you are, Mayor.
Okay, well, thanks for coming today. Really appreciate you taking time, come and give us a little education.
Glad to do it.
Brian, John, thanks for putting things together. So we have John.
Yeah.
You take mine. Oh, that's good. So John and myself have talked a little bit about it. I gave John some additional stuff from conversation I had with Councilman Fuller and Council Member Barker. But I think there's some important things we need to talk about, and I hope we can keep it at a strategic level, things we want to have, goals, and then hopefully we can figure out at some point in the near future some plan to accomplish those goals. So with that, Will, you want to take over?
We got a pledge and a,
Oh, we do?
yeah.
Oh, dang. Councilmember Barker.
Yep.
He paid me to skip that part.
No, you gotta give him money back.
So anyway, Councilmember Barker, you want to give us an invocation or
Yep.
thought?
I'll give an invocation. Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful that we could gather today as a city council, mayor, staff, and members of North Ogden City to do some training. We're grateful for the staff that's here to present and from the representatives that are here to teach us. Please bless that we'll be able to learn and that we can figure out how to best run our city. And these things we say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
And then we got a picture of the flag on the screen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now it's up to you.
You want to start it off?
Yeah, let me,
We gotta start over. Brian had.
yeah. So let me introduce Wilf Summercorn. Wilf has been in the planning industry. It's an industry, right?
Yeah,
Since the 80s. Started in Davis County, moved into Salt Lake City, and then actually moved up in Davis County,
yeah.
and then went into
27 years.
moved into Salt Lake City, and then eventually Salt Lake County. Both the last three positions, Davis County, Salt Lake County, and Salt Lake City, he was the lead planning individual. Different titles, different things, but he's retired. That's the one thing I noticed from his bio was he's retired. He also currently works with the Utah Land Use Institute as the associate director, and in the past has chaired the Utah APA, has a BS, a bachelor's in geography and geology, and a master's in urban planning. So Wilf he does a lot of training and has volunteered to come do this for us today. And one thing, just as a note for the entire day today, council, I don't like we're in this room because we want it to feel like a conversation. And so if you ever need to pause us, talk, ask questions, if you hear an acronym you don't know, let's pause and talk. The agenda, if you look at it, is pretty light in the sense that the conversation's meant to carry us. Although I guess if everyone wants to get out of here super early, then we don't have to talk a lot. But Wilf's going to give us some training on decision making at the council level, a little bit of discussion about some other stuff related to it, and then I would like to touch on a few just technical things at the end, unless Wilf really wants to talk about how to do motions, how to amend motions, things like that. So we just had a question come about that we'll touch on a little bit too. But
I've got a whole presentation on that.
yeah.
Good, give it to us.
Okay, let me pull Wilf's.
Well, while John's pulling that up, so I've been in the urban planning field, as John called it, an industry, and I guess it is, but for about 40 years, or was for about 40 years, and then I continued to work with his dad, with Craig at the Utah Land Use Institute. And it's just like I'm like a heroin addict. I just can't give it up. It's just, for some reason, this is stuff that's always really interested and fascinated me, and I keep doing it. My wife keeps saying to me, "You're retired, you know," and like when I come to
Maybe
things
the
like this in the morning,
Big
we
screen
get
on
up
the
early.
bottom,
She says,
where your volume is.
"You don't need to do this. You're
Right.
retired."
Go to the left, right there. Click
So here I am. Been doing a lot of this. The interesting thing about your own community development director, Scott Hess, I gave him his first job. We hired him at Davis County when I was there, and Scott was great. And he was with us for a while, and then he left, went someplace else, came back for a while. So he's great. You really have one of the better ones around, working for you here in North Ogden. It's like I was telling some of you, I just don't understand why people mountain bike. Because my son's had some pretty serious accidents mountain biking too, and I think, why do you do this? You know, it's just, wow. So haven't done this for 40 years and haven't gone to planning commission and council meetings for 40 years. A while back, I really got interested in the whole idea of how do these groups wind up making the decisions that they make? How do you do that? And so I guess what I ought to do is just find out from you all. You all are you're council, right? Who's on the council? Which are your council members? So all of you. Okay, good. I'll aim my talk. You and everybody else can join in. And as John said, by all means, let's talk about this. Because, you know, I think you guys will get more out of it and everybody will have a little bit more understanding as we talk about some of these things. But yeah, it's this whole idea of how does a group, especially a group like a 5 or 7 member council or planning commission, how do they make the decisions that they make? How do they get there? And it got me into a whole dynamic, and I did a lot of research and read a lot of stuff, and I put together, oops, I'm pushing, oh, there we go, okay, got it. Primarily, I use these books, and I would recommend them to you if you find any of this interesting, but these are really excellent books. They have a lot of information, a lot of data in them, and a lot of stuff that really helps. The one that's cut off there, which you can't see, it says why societies need dissent. And that's a whole key part of all of this as well, which is interesting stuff. So let's get to talking about this a little bit, and then as I say, welcome your comments.
John's gonna send this presentation to us, right?
Yeah,
Okay. So I'm like, I could frankly write those down, or I could just.
yeah, we'll send you all the slides you'll see today.
Yeah, John's got it all, so. We're gonna start off back in 1906, over 100 years ago. Sir Francis Galton. Francis Galton was a famous scientist, so to speak, back in the day in England. At this point, he was 85 years old. He had done a lot of work in statistics and in the science of heredity. And at this point in his life, he had an idea and he wanted to prove it. His idea was that politics, democracy is a sham. It doesn't work. Because if you're expecting people to govern themselves, they don't know enough to govern themselves. And some people may say that after this last election, but you know, you say that after every election, right? Oh, well, what the heck? What do people really know? And that's what Dalton figured. He said, I don't think people know enough to really be able to make this work. And so democracy can't work and won't work. And he was going to go around and prove it. He felt like that the average voter was capable of very little because they knew very little about what they were voting on and what the issues were and what things might need to happen. So his idea was this. He was going to go around to an institution at the time called the English Country Fair. And every place around England had their little country fair, usually in the fall, around that time of year. And most of them had a little, one of the things that they did there was that they had a livestock weight guessing contest, where they put up a cow or an ox or something. And then an organizer would put this together and have people guess how much that particular livestock example there weighed. And what they would do is for 6 pence, people would buy a ticket. They'd write their guess on half the ticket. They'd tear it off and put it in the slot. And then after they were finished, the organizers would go through. They'd find the tickets that were closest to the actual weight of the livestock, and then they would give out prizes. Well, Dalton figured people didn't know much of anything about this. So this was going to prove that people can't make educated guesses about things they don't know anything about. And in this contest, of course, you had some people that you would call experts, butchers and farmers, and people who worked with livestock on a regular basis. They might have some idea, but everybody else, forget it. And by far, most of the people that were buying these tickets and making these guesses were people who really had nothing to do with livestock and agriculture at the time. And that he would prove this by gathering the tickets and analyzing the tickets to show, by and large, nobody really knew what was going on. So after the guesses were all made and after they'd awarded all the prizes, Dalton had arranged with the organizers to be able to get all the tickets. And he got all the tickets, and then he was an expert in statistics, and he ran an analysis of the whole thing. And he did a number of statistical tests. He figured it would show a bell curve, and it sort of did, but he didn't figure that it would be at a very good answer. He says, mix in a few smart people with those who are a lot of dumb people, so to speak, who didn't know anything, and the outcome wouldn't be that good. But he got a big surprise. At this Plymouth Country Fair, which is where he started, the weight of the livestock that was up there was 1,198 pounds. When he averaged all of the tickets that had been submitted, the average was 1,197 pounds within 1 pound. He figured that was a fluke. So he continued and he went around to a lot of country fairs all around England for the rest of that year. And the results that he got at every one of those was very similar. Very similar. So now he and others were kind of left saying, what is going on here? Another one of the books that I had up there, from the book, The Perfect Swarm, Len Fisher, he performed a similar kind of an experiment. He went into pubs with a jar of jelly beans. And he would go around to people in the pub and he would say, guess how many jelly beans? And in one particular example that he says the range that he got for the guesses of jars and the jelly beans was from 41 to 93, pretty broad range. The average of all the guesses that he got was 60. The number of jelly beans in the jar, anybody want to guess?
59.
61. Very close. And again, this all, bore out as he did it through pubs all around London and throughout England, and pretty much substantiated it. There was another kind of an example that's cited in one of the books about the Columbia Business School, where every year a certain professor would have he had one of these huge classes, where they sat in the tiered seats around. And when he was teaching the class in the spring, the Academy Awards would come. And he would have his class members, he would have each one of them guess who was going to win the Academy Award of all the nominees in all the different categories, who was going to win. Generally, what he found was this. He had him use the 12 main categories. The class as a whole usually got 11 of the 12 right. When you would look at all of the guesses that were made by the class as a whole, they'd get 11 of 12 right. Any individual student, the most any individual student usually got was maybe 5. But the class as a whole got 11 out of 12 right. What does that tell us? What does that mean for us? Research shows that these kinds of results can hold sway with groups generally, if three conditions are met.
Well, can I?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Just add a comment here. I think this is important because you have to have enough of a population to come with that answer.
That's one good point.
And I think sometimes we get caught up in the one or two
Mhm.
and think that's the answer. And I think our job as a council is to listen to the whole, not to the individuals, because we spend a lot of time dealing with one or two people that have brought up an issue.
Yeah,
I remember my business career. I can't remember who said it. Maybe it was Jack Welch. He said, if you get 75% of the information you need, you can make a pretty dang good decision. You
Yeah.
don't have to wait to get 100%.
Yeah.
But I think the important thing here we need to understand as a council is we cannot get caught up in the one or two people who are making comments.
that's a good point.
You've got to have an adequate population to get to the 61 or the 1,197 pounds.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about a
Sorry,
couple of
Billy.
things that you raised right there, which are really valid and good. One having to do with the size of the decision-making body, and the second being, where do you get your information? And, you know, how does that come about? So yeah, we're gonna talk about those things, and hopefully,
So what is it? Is it 20? I'm trying to remember statistic. Is it, the sample size has to be significant enough? Is it 20?
well, it depends on the size of the overall population.
Yeah.
As to what the sample size needs to be in order to get a statistically valid result. So that's the, you know, as to the mayor's
Yeah.
point, I'm kind of diverting here for a minute. One of the things that I had noticed in 40 years of doing this is councils and planning commissions tend to listen to the people that show up at the public hearing, right? And that's who they pay attention to. But a lot of times, the people that show up at the public hearing, you're talking about what, maybe even on a well-attended public hearing, you get 20, 30 people? So how many people have you got in your city? And what are their opinions? And are you really getting a representative cross-section from those people that show up at the meeting? Or even that send you the emails? Usually the people that come to the meetings and send you the emails are the ones that are mad about something. It's not the ones who say, no, this is pretty good, I like this. Those people generally don't comment. And so it's really, you know, it's one of the things to think about a little bit. And as we play this out. But anyway, this whole idea of getting results like this that are so close to what the actual answer is really depends on three conditions. And let's talk about those three conditions. The first one is the body needs to be diverse. All right. Numerous studies have shown that a wide diversity of people in a group makes the group smarter, more likely to come up with the good or the right answer. Uniform groups generally do not, or they're not as good. Why? Why do you think that's the case?
Same idea, same mindset.
Yeah, everybody kind of thinks the same, right? And you don't tend to then look at other ideas, other viewpoints. And so you kind of tend to focus this direction. And sometimes that may be right, but sometimes it's not. And you're more likely to miss it if there isn't somebody else saying, well, what about this idea? You know, and then which maybe gets you to go, oh yeah, maybe we ought to think about that other idea. It's one of the reasons why diversity of background, diversity, you know, just generally, when we look at what Galton did, right? Yeah, there were some smart people that were making guesses. You had some butchers and farmers that were making guesses on the weight of the livestock. But mostly it was people that really didn't have a good idea on what the weight of livestock really was. And yet in the end, the answer came out pretty close to what the real number was. So, which is kind of interesting. So we're going to talk about some more of the details of this, but that's the first principle, is you need to have a diverse group in order to get a better result or the best result. The next one is the individuals in the group have to make their conclusions independently. Your idea, not somebody else's. You know, a lot of us tend to, we'll go, well, I don't know. And you listen to somebody else and you go, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then you pick up their idea. what you really need to have here is you need to have your idea, not somebody else's. The way that would work generally with the country fairs in England is people would buy that ticket and they wouldn't want anybody else to know what they were guessing because they didn't want somebody to take their idea and they'd write down their own number and then they'd put it in. It was their idea, not somebody else's idea. And so that's an important part of it. And the third factor is how you aggregate those choices. How people now will come together. How do they vote? How do they make their judgment known, their opinion expressed? That's an important factor. How people express their own judgment on an issue or a matter matters. At the English Country Fair, somebody would fill out the number, their white guess on the ticket, they rip it off and they put it in the box. Nobody else saw what they did, so they could be as dumb as they wanted to be and nobody would know. Right? And that's important in getting a good result. And we'll talk about that as well here as we get into this a little bit. Okay. What we're talking about though here with Galton and with some of the other things that we've talked about, that's usually, as the mayor just said, that works in big groups, because you got a lot of people, you spread out the ideas and opinions and you get a lot of diversity and a lot of range in what you're going to get there. However, in the case that we're going to talk about, we're talking about small groups. How big is your council? 5 members? And the mayor makes 6. Planning commissions are oftentimes 5, 6, 7 people, Does this kind of stuff work for small groups like that? Can it work? Turns out it can. It can, but we have to be aware of some things in order to really make it work. And so we're going to talk about some of those things to be aware of and how we come around to that. Let's go and talk about those. First, back to this idea of diversity, okay? Diversity of background, of age, of experience. It's important in a small group as well. It really does help. There are numerous studies in these books that I pointed out at the beginning that show that diverse groups make better decisions or reach better conclusions than uniform groups. There was a study, one of the studies that I found really interesting was there was a deal of having people solve a certain set of problems. And it was something that some people would probably be pretty good at, but others would probably have no idea at. So what they did was that they had individual people go through this and they got a sense of how good they were or how good they might not be in solving this set of problems. Then they took the people and they conducted a couple of different experiments. In one experiment, they took all people that were good at solving the problems and put them together in a group and then had them solve some other problems similar but different. They would also take people that were not good at solving the problems and put them in a group and have them solve them. And then they took people in groups and put them in groups of some good people and some not so good people at solving the problems. Want to guess which groups did the best? Not the groups of all good problem solvers. The groups that did the best were the ones that were mixed, that had some good problem solvers and some not so good problem solvers. Again, why would that be? Why would that happen? And again, it comes to this idea of maybe seeing something a little bit differently. If you run into a situation, maybe you're pretty good at this, but maybe you run into something you're not quite that familiar with or good at, and you have a tendency to think a certain way, but somebody over here has a way of thinking about things a little bit differently, and you might go, oh, okay, well, let's give that a try, and it works. It might be the way to do things. So that's what's interesting. What's interesting about this as well, though, too, is to realize one thing. It always helps to have some smart people in the group, some people who are good at what you're trying to do. But it's not a good thing to have all smart people, the group made up of all smart people, which kind of argues for mixing it up a little bit, all right? So that they work out. So that gets to the issue of, I am aware and you've maybe heard of this too, like for example, of some people, some communities in their planning commissions. The mayor and the council, they wanna appoint people to the planning commission that know something about this. You know, so they appoint, everybody they appoint is either a land use attorney or is an attorney who's familiar with land use, is maybe a realtor, a developer, a planner, people who are experts in the field. That's what they want to make their planning commission up of. Based on this information, that's not the best thing to do. Yes, it's helpful to have a few people like that on your body, but you want a broad diversity. That is usually when you get, now you're going to get a real read from your community of what people in the community think and what they want to have happen. Get the soccer mom on there, you know, get the person who works down at the gym on there. Get somebody, get people of all kinds of backgrounds and age. Get some renters on your planning commission, you know, people who are renting, not just people who own their home. And get some diversity on that body. It's something that really seems to generate the best results. The interesting thing, as I show this up here, this in one of the books, it talks about this idea of experts. What's, you know, considering myself to be an expert in a certain field, and you may be as well in some of the things that you do, and John here is an attorney and doing other things. What they really show in the book is that experts, so-called experts in the field, at a basic level, they are better than most people. But when you start getting into some more of the esoteric things and the higher level things, they're really not all that much better than just average people in making choices and determinations, which really makes you think, well, then what's the value of experts? But you know, there is some value because it always says that there is some value in having some of them on the group. Just don't compose your group entirely of them. One good example that they use in one of the books, which I found kind of fun. You all remember the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Remember that one? And you remember when somebody got stuck, they had a choice. They could call a friend, they could ask the audience, or they could have an answer eliminated, right? Well, out of the choices of calling a friend, supposedly, you know, the person's going to call somebody who they think knows something about the question that they're trying to get an answer for. Between calling a friend or asking the audience, which one do you think did better overall throughout the history of the show? The audience. The audience got the right answer 90% of the time. Calling the friend got the right answer 60% of the time. You know, maybe the friend is an expert, maybe not, but it's kind of an interesting indicator, okay? Now, when I showed that picture about talking about diversity, I showed this picture of NASA engineers, right? Back in the 1960s, pretty uniform looking bunch of guys, right? I mean, they all dressed the same, seemed to be, you know, similar backgrounds, similar heritage, just, I mean, they look very similar. And yet look what they accomplished in an amazingly short time. You think if we were to start a venture like this, that within a period of 7 years, 8 years, we could go from almost nothing to landing on the moon? How long do you think that would take these days? But they did it. But yet they look so uniform. How did they do it? They look uniform, but they really weren't uniform. At the time the space program really got going, and the manned space program in particular, there was no such thing as aeronautical engineering. They pulled together mostly engineers, but they were civil engineers, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, geologic engineers. They had all kinds of different engineers that made up NASA at that point. They didn't have just one kind, or you know, basically what you would now call an aeronautical engineer. And the argument is that's what helped make the program successful so rapidly, was that you had so many different viewpoints, so many different people looking at it in different ways. and coming up with answers. When we go to the point where the shuttle disaster happened, the first one, when it blew up, here's a group of NASA engineers at that point in time. They look really different, don't they? You got some in suits and ties. You got some that are just wearing casual shirts. You got men, you got women, you got people of color. You've got all kinds of folks in the group there. They look very diverse. They were not. The group of engineers at NASA at this point in time basically all graduated from about 3 or 4 different aeronautical engineering schools. They came from very similar backgrounds. And they make a very strong argument in the book. And there was actually an investigation that was conducted at the federal level that kind of came to the similar conclusion was these people were thinking too much alike. And nobody looked kind of outside of the curve to see what might be problem out there or what might be an issue. And so the argument really is that the shuttle disaster wasn't entirely caused, but it certainly wasn't helped by the fact that you had such a uniform background of people there because nobody was able to see or looking for something that was kind of outside the norm. They were all pretty similar. So what does that argue for? You know, first of all, for a council, you don't appoint a council, you get elected. And in all likelihood, you're going to get a variety of people that are elected to your council. All right, so that may take care of a diversity issue itself, but you appoint different bodies. One of the big ones being your planning commission. Look for a variety of backgrounds for people to appoint to your planning commission. Don't make them all the same or similar or in the same field. Look for some variety. And the argument, the evidence shows that generally they will do better.
Well,
Yeah,
can I just add a thought?
yeah, you bet.
You know, I was thinking about this idea of a lack of diversity. I think there could have been some pretty serious social dynamics among all of these individuals who are of that same material, as it were,
Mhm.
who maybe were a little bit, because from what I understand of this experience, a man that's in my neighborhood, Brian Nussel, who worked out at ATK,
Yeah,
whatever it was.
yeah,
The
I
idea
call it the
was,
same,
you know, there could be some issues with these O-rings, right?
right.
How many of those how many of those individuals maybe thought to themselves, we could have an issue here.
Yeah.
But didn't dare maybe ruffle the feathers.
Well, and again, when you look back at the history, there was a guy here in Utah
Who's yelling and screaming?
that said, there's going to be a problem with those O-rings.
Yeah.
And everybody else said, no, it'll be fine. We got it. It's not a problem.
It's never happened before, is what, you know, they kept saying that, and it's
Yeah.
like, you've never been this low in temperature.
Yep.
You know, and that's, yeah, I work up there a lot, and it's, I mean, he literally, the thought that he had, you know, he realized it, and it really, it crushed him.
Yeah.
You know, because he thought he didn't do enough, but when he
Right.
was yelling and screaming, you know, that was, maybe I should have gone higher. Maybe, you know, in the end, he still got fired,
Yeah,
which is crazy, but
yeah, that's right.
But in a
Anyway.
group like that, certainly
Yeah,
somebody
groupthink.
in the engineer must have said to themselves, you know, maybe we're not going the right direction with this decision, but felt that social pressure
Felt social
to,
pressure.
you know.
And one of the things that pointed out in the study and in the book with this kind of a system, with all of them coming from such similar backgrounds, you pretty much had to toe the line if you wanted to get ahead, if you wanted to be promoted, if you wanted to do things. You know, you had to go to the right school. You had to kind of agree with what the higher ups were wanting to do, you know, and so on. It wasn't like it was before where you had people of all kinds of backgrounds and saying, well, oh, hell, I don't care what you say, you're wrong, you know? And it isn't that way. It wasn't that way anymore because of how the structure had formed. And so somebody who may see a problem down there, they kind of get quashed because of the hierarchical nature of how things are now set up and the way the system is. So yeah, it kind of says something about when we get complacent into a system, right?
Well, it also says something about the comment about your 3 principles, right? Make conclusions independently.
Right.
Yeah, I would add to that and then stick to it.
Yeah. We're going to talk about that. We're going to get to that issue. Exactly right. Another part of this, now, I want to talk about for a minute. All right, you're in a council meeting, right? You've had a long agenda, there've been a lot of items. It's 11 o'clock. Everybody's ready to go home, right? You got a couple more items to take care of. Somebody comes up, somebody says, oh yeah, well, this is easy. We'll just take care of this. I'll make a motion to do this. And everybody's like, okay, good, let's get this done and get out of here. And then you hear a voice go, yeah, hang on, wait a minute. I got something else on this. And everybody else goes, oh, right?
It's never happened.
Come on, yeah, it's never happened, right? That's, you call that dissent, perhaps, because it's somebody saying, that doesn't go along with the group. What role does dissent play? A lot of us seem to be really irritated by dissent. It's like, oh, come on, just get with the program here. But does dissent play a useful role? And we just talked about the O-ring thing, right? That guy here in Utah, he was dissenting from everybody else. He was saying that there's a problem here. And everybody else was like, no, just, you don't know what you're talking about. Just shut up, it'll be fine. He was right. That he was right. Dissent can play an important role in a number of different ways. One of the things that it can do, for example, when you're sitting in that meeting and you're trying to get out of there and everybody else is like, okay, come on, let's just take care of this. Let's do this. And maybe you're sitting there going, but heck, I don't want to be the fly in the ointment here, so I'll just go along with it. Well, if somebody else in the group speaks up and says, hey, wait, I have a concern about this. Maybe then it makes you go, yeah, me too. I just didn't want to say anything because I didn't want you all to get mad at me. Right? So somebody being a dissenter can kind of open that up and bring out what others may be feeling as well. It may bring information to the group that they don't have. The dissenter may have something, may know something that the rest of you don't know. And maybe you need to know. So it's valuable from that standpoint. And if nothing else, if that dissenter turns out to be wrong, or it's nothing that he brings up, but maybe at the very least, what it caused you or the rest of the group to do is to say, am I right about what I'm thinking here? Let me think about that again a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm right, but at least you've thought about it again. Right? So at least you feel a little bit better or more confident. So dissent can play an important role in this. Again, one of the interesting examples brought up in one of the books, they examined this thing called investment clubs. I guess that was a trendy thing to do back when, a while ago.
I'm still in one.
You're okay, so they're still going, at least some are. But the idea is people get together and they decide to pool their money and make investments in certain stocks or whatever it is that they're going to invest money in. Some social scientists did some studies of some of these investment groups and kind of gauged them. And what they found was interesting. Investment groups where everybody was pretty good friends and they all liked each other and they didn't want to ruffle feathers and everybody got along and went along, they did not do as well in their investments as investment groups where everybody kind of argued with each other and disagreed with each other and said, no, think about this. No, we ought to do this. Well, no, I don't like that idea. Those investment groups that had a little bit more of what you would call roiling or, discussion or whatever it is you want to call it, they did better than the groups that where everybody just kind of went along. And in order to do that, somebody's got to be disagreeing in order to get those discussions going. So dissent by itself is not necessarily a virtue, but it certainly can help. But then again, neither is conformity, complacency, or apathy. Those aren't virtues either. So, dissent plays a valuable role. So if somebody disagrees in your group, don't just dismiss them or shun them aside or say, yeah, forget it. We don't want to hear it. Don't do that. It's not a good thing.
One point I have on this is that we go through a lot of review boards for either non-conformances or design changes. The problem that the dissent, when it comes to, is if it's the same person again and again and again,
Mhm.
that's the time that you're like, oh, Steve is doing that again, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It comes down to, if that's the case, then it becomes, yeah. It's
Right?
just like, just stop, yeah,
Yeah, so, yeah, what you're talking about is this guy,
yes.
right? He disagrees with everything. He never agrees with anything the rest of the group does. He always wants something different. He always wants to get his way, right? This is not what you would call a helpful dissenter. And so you kind of have to recognize that. What a person like this does, yeah, maybe he's raising some good points, at least occasionally, some things you ought to consider. But because of the way he's done it in the past and the way he's doing it now, you're not going to listen to him, right? Even if he may wind up having a good point. And so how you dissent is important as well. You got to think about how you do that. Yeah.
Just one thing, when I first became a city council person, somebody recommended the book by Doris Kearns, Team of
Yeah.
Rivals.
Mhm.
Probably one of the best books
It really is.
I've
good.
ever
Yep.
read with Lincoln and his appointment of his cabinet.
Yep. Brought
So good.
brought different viewpoints in, even people that were antagonistic toward him. So yeah, it's a valuable point.
Yeah, and that was another thing too, is that you don't want to always have yes men, as they call them.
Right.
Because if you have those people, then you're not getting any, different opinions. And so whatever you say, oh, yes, and so you're not going to get a good decision, period.
Yeah, and you may be going down the very wrong road and wind up in trouble at the end. Have any of you seen the movie or the play 12 Angry Men? It's about a guy who, it's a jury who's trying to make a decision on a murder case. And everybody in the jury is like, yeah, this is easy, open and shut. Let's just, decide and get out of here. But there's one guy on the jury who's more like, now, wait a minute here. Now, think about this. Look at this, and look at this, and look at this. And the whole movie or the show is about this guy going to individual members of the jury and saying, did you think about this? Did you think about this? And by the end of the movie, the end of the play, the jury's turned around. He's essentially turned the jury around. Now, that may not be really that realistic that one individual can do that. But it is very possible that one person who has a different opinion can change what the group is going to wind up doing. Yeah, Mayor.
In that regard, I had the opportunity to serve as jury foreman with this situation. And the dissenter was someone who paid no attention during the whole trial. I mean, simple, took no notes, was knitting the whole time. And, it was so obvious but because, there was no attention paid. So when you have a dissenter, I think you have to also evaluate that, not be too judgmental, but the fact is, you can have a dissenter, but because they haven't been paying attention, they haven't done their homework,
Yeah,
they haven't, and that's really distracting.
yeah, it is. And
I agree.
so you kind of need to evaluate a little bit where this dissent is coming from,
Yeah,
if they maybe have a valid point.
and not necessarily a contrarian, just haven't,
Yeah, just somebody
lazy
who's
dissent.
that engaged.
yeah, that's probably,
Lazy dissent.
that's probably a good point.
Well, it's kind of like when you have a council issue, right? And you spent like an hour or two in your council meeting talking about this issue and this point, and you decide not to make a decision that night on it. So you go away, you come back to the next meeting. And here you guys, now you gotta make a decision. And here comes one of your council members who was not at the last meeting and starts telling you all what you ought to be doing on this. And you're like, wait, you weren't here. What do you really know about this? So you kind of got to evaluate this. Maybe they do know something, but maybe not. Because because they weren't really engaged in some of the other stuff that happened. So it's important. Yeah,
I think too, though, you have to, even if the dissenter has no idea what they're talking about in that situation, you have to be careful because if you shut them down, they may not bring up their suggestion the next time, which
Right.
may be needed the next time.
right. And that all goes to how you treat each other.
Yeah.
You know, how you treat each other as a body, which is
You
important.
surely listen. I
Yeah,
think that's the
Right,
important thing, you listen. But at some point too, you have to say, you know, we have to move on to the discussion, right?
right.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the dissenter's asking a basic question, that's the other thing too, is like, hey, I don't understand the concept of what we're talking about. I mean, that's kind of a huge thing because maybe somebody else doesn't understand the concept either.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that if you
Yeah.
don't, everybody's not on the same page information wise,
Yeah,
then you can't make a sound decision anyways.
yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
That's true.
Let me give you an example from my career. So when I was at Salt Lake City's ordinance allowed for in the development of a subdivision, we had the street standards, but there was an ability to get a modification to those street standards and do something different than what would normally be allowed based on justification. And the planning commission could grant that. And we had a development proposal. It was a small one, a cul-de-sac that went in and needed to have a fairly large turnaround. They were asking for a reduction in the size of the cul-de-sac, size of the road. And in order to do that, they were going to put the mailboxes out, out on the main street where the cul-de-sac went off of and some other things. And as the discussion got going with the planning commission members, they were basically like, oh, that's not a good idea. The garbage truck's going to have a hard time getting around in there. And if there's ever a fire and maybe the fire truck goes up the wrong way and then they're never going to be able to get out. And the mailman and that's just not a good idea. And this discussion was going that way. And then one of the planning commissioners spoke up and said, I was visiting my son back someplace and he said, he lives on a cul-de-sac a lot like what this guy's asking for. And he said, they put all the mailboxes out on the street. They bring the garbage cans to a certain place. They do this and that. And he said, it actually works pretty well. And the people that live on it really like it because now they don't have this big thing and and all the other stuff that goes with it. And as that one planning commissioner out of a group of about 7 of them started talking about this, and all the others had been talking negatively about it, the whole conversation changed. And all of a sudden they were all going, oh, well, maybe that would, maybe it could work. They wound up approving it. They wound up approving the modification because one planning commissioner brought up something that he had observed and the rest of them had not. And now they were kind of going, oh, well, maybe that could work. So one person can make a difference. Something to be aware of. And keep in mind as you go through your things, your deliberations. All right. Let's talk about this issue of making your conclusions independently. All right. It's an important factor. Len Fisher, the guy I told you about who went into the pubs with a jar of jelly beans and had people guess. Now he goes into pubs with this jar of jelly beans and he goes around to not individuals, but to tables. And he says, I want to guess from your table as to how many jelly beans are in this jar. And he did that, all around in all different pubs. This is a regular example. The range of the guesses was much smaller, 97 to 112 in this particular case. The average number of the guesses, of all the guesses, was 105. The actual number of jelly beans in the jar, 147. I mean, even with the range, they weren't close. What happened? In this case, we had a group of people deciding together what it ought to be, and they were way off now. What is going on? Does discussion make groups dumber? Does that mean the discussion is not a good thing? That's particularly relevant for a group like a city council or a planning commission because you're a small body. You have discussions regularly, and then you make decisions, right? So, given from this example and from some other things that are done, what in the world? Is that a bad thing to do? Let's talk about it. Let's see if we can come up with some answers for that. When we have discussions, particularly in small groups, there are a lot of dynamics at play in what happens in these groups. And if we're aware of them, we can account for them. So let's talk about some of the things that happen when you're making discussions in small groups. One of the things that frequently happens when small groups make discussions is what's called a cascade. Happens a lot, almost all the time. What a cascade is you have an issue, you start to talk about it, first person says something. The next person falls in line. Pretty soon the whole group cascades right in. It's kind of like when I was a kid, we used to walk. I grew up near Liberty Park in Salt Lake, and we would walk downtown on Saturdays to go to the movies. And when we would walk, and in those days, I mean, there were a lot of people on the sidewalks. There are again, sort of now, but in those days especially. But one of the favorite things my friends and I used to do as we're walking downtown is one of us would suddenly stop and just look up like this. And then the rest of us would stop and we'd look up. Pretty soon we had a whole crowd on the sidewalk standing there looking up. What are you looking at? And somebody would go, oh, I see it, and we're like, yeah, there's nothing up there to see. And then we'd all run away laughing. I thought that was really great fun. Well, it's kind of like that. The first person to speak oftentimes sets the tone for what everybody else is going to talk about and what everybody else sees with regard to that issue. Why does that happen? Why do people do that? It doesn't always happen, but a lot of times it does. And there are some reasons for that. One of them is most people, a lot of times when you're discussing an issue, certainly right at the beginning, you're not sure. You're kind of uncertain. You're kind of like, well, gosh, I don't know. It could be a lot of different ways. And then the first person speaks up and says, well, this is what I think. And you go, yeah, sounds good to me, and then bing, and the whole group follows along. Studies have shown that in group discussions and group decisions, more often than not, more frequently, the final decision that is made is the thing that is talked about by the first speaker. Now, if you ever want to get your way in a group, this is a way for you to kind of understand, I want to get my way, so I better be the first one to speak up. That's what the studies seem to indicate, is that happens more often than not. Another reason this happens is social. You're sitting there, you're going, oh, well, I don't know, maybe I think this. And then this person speaks up and you go, well, I don't want to get them mad at me by disagreeing with them. And it's good that we kind of all get along here as a group. So yeah, sure, I'll go along with what that person's talking about. So you go along for social reasons. Another one may be that first person to speak up, you think that person must know something that I don't know. That maybe they have more experience on it, or they're an expert on it or something. And so you think, okay, yeah, they obviously know more than I do about this, so I'm going to go along with what that person wants. And the other one, one of the final ones is the pressure to conform. When you start a cascade and it gets going, and pretty soon you get 1, 2, 3 people that are all saying that, you're down there going, well, I don't know if I agree with that. But if I disagree now, it's 11 o'clock, it's time to go home. I guess I better just go along. That's a lot of the reasons why things like that happen. Be aware of that. Be aware of that in your discussions. Because when that happens, you're not bringing out your thoughts. And as one of the things we talked about earlier, and this really is valuable in the part of dissent, if we're really going to get something that helps people to see things a little bit differently, the person who has a different idea has to say something. If you don't say something, it's not going to get out there. Nobody's going to get to look at it. If the guy about the O-rings had the concern and he never said anything, in the end, it wound up not helping, but if he hadn't have said anything, then he really would have known that he should have said something, right? And so you really have to think about that. It really becomes part of the responsibility that you have as being a member of the body. You are on the body because you have certain ideas, you have certain experiences, you have certain background. Bring it out and at least put it on the table to be discussed. If you don't say anything, it never is going to get discussed. It's never going to be a viewpoint that may get at least some airing, and maybe will be something that it helps make a better decision. In small groups, that's really important, that everybody needs to say what they think and what they really think, not what they hear others thinking or agree with. Now, a warning. Role of staff. Staff are early speakers. They usually make a presentation up front on a lot of the issues and talk about, and oftentimes will make a recommendation as part of their presentation. Now, is that good or bad? Council members, you are making administrative decisions on a variety of things. The role of the staff for administrative decisions is really key because they give you information, right? Information for you to make your decision on. When you're talking about things that are more policy level, or what we call the legislative level, where it's the idea of what direction should we go, then what the staff thinks becomes less relevant. Not really, but I mean, just be aware of that. Because then it's an idea, it's a thought, it's not the direction that you ought to go. And maybe people have ideas for that, but you just need to be aware of that with staff. Don't let staff become the driver of the decision simply by virtue of the fact that they're an early speaker. Okay, take what the staff gives you, and then you need to take it amongst yourselves and discuss and do whatever you need to do with it.
The mayor and I have talked a lot about this. When I was first on the city council, you kind of felt like, I guess I'm only expressing my own opinion, but sometimes you felt like if you didn't agree with the staff, that it could cause kind of this maybe contention between staff and the council, right?
Right. And a lot of it depends on the staff and what they're like too. And of course, the body.
And I've often wondered, is the recommendation a good thing, or should it just be here's the information?
Mm-hmm.
You guys have to make the legislative decision.
Exactly.
Because I really can see that could be kind of a driver of challenges between staff and council.
Yeah. I have this presentation that I do on the role of staff. What the planning commission or the council ought to be expecting from the staff and how they ought to take it. And I've got a great picture in there. This is an extreme example, understand this. I don't think this happens often, but I have seen it happen in real life. It basically has a picture of the director or the manager or whoever it is sitting there in a chair and a desk in front of the council or the planning commission or whatever it is. And basically just, telling them this is it. And what it really looks like in the picture is the director sitting there saying, this is what you need to do, and the council's kind of sitting there, the body sitting there kind of like, okay, well, whatever you say, that's not a good role. That's not the proper role. But it's something to be aware of. And that's where at the end, we'll talk a little bit. I'm going to leave some stuff with you about characteristics of a good council and how the relationship is with staff. That's an important part.
Well, I think that's a good point. John's been really good about saying to the staff, hey, be careful about being over. But on the other hand, John is also an attorney. When it comes to legal stuff,
Yeah.
I say, we should be listening to John instead of arriving at our own thing, but I think John's been really good at saying to the staff, hey, give the information. Hey, you're welcome to tell them what your thoughts are, but it's a council
Right.
decision. But I think there are times when we have to say, you know, because I know very little about public works, right? You probably know more about it because of your engineering, but, you know, at points in time, we can't be so independent that we
Yeah,
don't listen either.
Right.
If that makes sense.
right. And that's where you need to gather information and gather what you need.
And in fact, when, you know, to Blake's point, we overcorrected a bit. And when Scott started, I said, if it's a legislative item, you are not making any recommendations anymore, right? Because there was this tension being built. And he struggled a bit with that, and
Sure.
floundered, and then we've kind of modified it to say, okay, you need to give the options with a recommended option to
Yeah.
make sure that they know all their
All
options.
the options.
I think it's been better, but I don't.
I think it's gotten a lot better, but and maybe it was just my perception when I first got on council. It's kind of like, well, do we want to be a team here? Because we still are a team, but we are an independent team.
Right,
So we still need, and I love what Neil said, you know, I don't know the law. So there's times when we look to John and
sure.
give him that credibility.
Where you
right?
need the information. You need
But
the
when
background.
you're still establishing yourself as a city council, I think it's easy to go, okay, now if I disagree with this with council or with staff, am I causing a problem?
Yeah, yeah, that's absolutely a good point. Well, and we talked about the role of staff. What about the role of the public? What about public speakers? You know, that come in either to you at the meeting during a public hearing or during a time that you allow the public to speak. Or what about when the public speaks to you outside of a meeting, right? On an issue that you're dealing with. How does that influence your thinking and what the ultimate decision might be? Again, it depends. It's depends on the difference of the kind of actions that you're taking. Are you doing an administrative action? Or are you doing a legislative or a policy level action? Usually on administrative actions, there's a set of rules, laws, guidelines that you have to meet. And what you're doing is you're looking to make sure that you meet those requirements. For example, let me give you an example from the Planning Commission. If you had to do a subdivision plat, if you're doing a subdivision plat, there are certain things that the subdivision plat has to meet. It has streets that are so wide, it has to have the kind of engineering that's been looked at for the water lines, the sewer lines. You know, there are just a whole bunch of requirements there, the lot sizes, other things that all need to be done correctly according to the ordinances and the policies that you have in place, right? Now, that's what you're reviewing. You're looking at that to see that it meets those requirements. That's where staff and others may be giving you the information saying, yeah, we've checked it out. It meets the requirement. We've checked it out. This does not meet the requirement. And at that point, you make a decision. The public, they're not so helpful on administrative stuff. They can be at times, but usually they're not. What does the public usually show up for? They're there to tell you their opinion, whether they like something or not, whether they think it's a good idea or not. That's appropriate for the legislative level, policy level kind of decision. Should we rezone the property? Should we amend our general plan to allow for this in our community? Should we, you know, a variety of other things that you do that are legislative level. And for those kinds of things, opinion matters. You want to get as broad an opinion from the community as you can get on those matters, so you at least feel some guidance as to what the community wants. And, you know, temper that with your own experience and background. So can public speakers be helpful? It depends on the circumstance. They can even be helpful sometimes on administrative matters, particularly for something like a conditional use permit, where you can put conditions on it depending on the effect, the impact that's going to have. And sometimes the neighbors will tell you, somebody who lives next door says, hey man, if we put those lights like that, it's going to shine into my backyard and into my bedroom window, my kid's bedroom window, which is right there. And you can say, oh yeah, right, okay. Then we need to do something to shade the lights, which you may not have known before. You know, so for some of those things, it can be helpful. But you really have to think about the circumstance of what it is. it's also important as you're working as a body as a whole. If people talk to you outside the meeting on legislative items, there's nothing wrong with that. You want to gain information from the community. But come back and share that information with the rest of the body. You know, come back and tell the rest of the council members, well, yeah, I ran into such and such, or you don't even have to name the person. You can just say, I ran into some people at the grocery store and we talked about this and this is what we talked about. You know, and these are some of the ideas that came up. Might be worth thinking about, you know. So it's always good to do that. Call that ex parte contact. You know, that's that legal term that goes for it. Ex parte contact on administrative items is rougher because you may be grabbed in the grocery store by the guy who wants a subdivision plat approved. And he's going to tell you, look, your city engineer's trying to make me do this and I don't want to do that because I think it's going to cost too much and I don't think it needs to be done. And, you know, and then he twists your arm and you go, okay. And then you come into the meeting and you say, I'm ready to not require that. And when in reality, you know, what you really need to say is, hey, can this be done? And your city engineer, your staff will say, well, no, our ordinance requires it to be done this way. And if we're going to change that, we have to change the ordinance or the code. And at that point, you know, then you've got more information to make a better decision. So it really kind of depends, but it's an important part. There.
Well, I think that's important. Instead of doing one-offs, if the ordinance is wrong, fix it.
Yeah.
You know, don't be making exceptions to the ordinance because here's what happens is, you know, we've asked the staff to make sure when they're doing things that the ordinances, you know, the building inspector, the engineer, public works, we're asking them to make sure that what they do is in compliance with the ordinance. And then we come in, and I'm not saying we, but the ordinance isn't changed, but they're kind of hammered because we said, oh, don't worry about that.
Right.
How do you balance that? I mean,
Yeah.
to me, I've always said, well, if you don't like it, change the ordinance.
Right. And that's really what it should be. Because otherwise, I mean, then you're leaving yourself liable. Because if you don't follow your ordinance and something goes wrong and somebody decides to sue you over it or something, you're hanging out there.
Well, I think the other thing too is you discourage the staff who you
Yes.
kind of given that assignment and responsibility to, right?
Yes.
Then at some point in time, in their minds, they've got to say, well, why do I worry about this? Because I don't have the support.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yep. Any other comments? So just be aware of the speaking and the discussion that goes on, the cascading. There are some other things. Here's an interesting one that I found really interesting that it talks against about in these books. In a lot of meetings, in a lot of places that I've seen, and my own planning commission, I'm on the planning commission in Kaysville City where I live. And they still do this. I have tried and tried to get them to not do this, but they still do this. It's called sequential voting, right? And what I mean by that is you start at one end and have that individual vote, then the next individual, then the next individual, then the next individual, so that you vote in order. And maybe you mix up the order a little bit, but you do that in sequence. Anybody see a problem with that? Is there a problem with that? Some people don't think there's a problem, but I do, and they do in these books that I've read. Go ahead.
Will you say that one more time? I was kind of,
Sequential voting.
so what example? what
So
exactly
you
was
start by
sequential?
one council person or a commission member. You vote first, then the next one, then the next one. Say aye or nay, aye or nay, aye or nay. Do that in sequence all through the body. Is that a problem?
That's
It
why.
depends.
I think one thing that our
Clarify.
council has done over the last year or so is the mayor at the beginning of the meeting, he says, this meeting, we're going to vote in this order.
Yeah.
He mixes it up.
Okay.
And so I think it prevents a pattern of,
Sure.
okay, so-and-so voted first and it gave me this feeling, so I'm gonna vote this way. I think it helps with that. So it
Yeah.
seems like we tried to do something there.
Yeah.
But it's still the first person.
It's a first
Yeah,
person
it's-
type of thing.
Yeah, it's still, yeah, that's true.
You're
Somebody still
sitting
has to
there,
be
you're
the
going,
first person.
oh gosh, I'm not really sure how I'm gonna vote on this thing yet. I kind of feel this way. I, no, I, well, heck, I guess I'll vote I too. You know, you're kind of almost pressured into it. And you don't really vote what you think. And remember, that's one of the things we talked about is getting what you really think in order to get the best decisions out of a group or a body. And so that's part of the problem with the sequential voting. And this one, if you kind of look, you can kind of see, you know, she's kind of looking out. What's she voting for over there? Yeah, okay, you know, it's a little bit that kind of a deal. So
So do you just wait till somebody votes? I mean, what's your
no,
recommendation?
I mean, we'll talk about that at the
Okay.
end, some ideas about how to vote. And there's some different ideas, some of which I don't, realistically, we couldn't do, but it would probably be the best way to do it. But we'll talk about some of those and then what some of the better alternatives
Paper
are. Some of the other things, when you're doing things in a group. Study came out in the 1950s, or some studies were done, which were really interesting. You all have seen this before, right? Which line is shorter, which line is longer? Well, the answer is they're the same length. It's just because of the way that they're drawn. So there were these studies that were done that got people in groups. And when people were in a group and everybody was then to say whether the line was shorter or longer, when everybody did it, you know, kind of on their own or sequentially, they 90% of the time they got the right answer when they were just kind of left on their own. Then they had some people that were kind of hired to be part of the control group, or they were hired as actors, basically. And in the group, as they were looking at those lines, those actors would say, oh, that line's longer and this one's shorter. You know, they would deliberately say that. And the test subjects that were in this, 25% of the time they got the right answer. 75% of the time they went with the wrong answer. Because others in the group were saying, you know, when they were left on their own, they got it right 90% of the time. When they were with a group that was saying, that line's longer, that line's shorter, they got it wrong 75% of the time. Then later, as we started getting better technology, this fMRI technology, which can do your brain scans and so on, they were looking at what part of your brain activates as you're doing certain things. And in this, what they found is in this same kind of a study, the part of the brain that activated in people was not the social part of the brain, it was the cognitive part of the brain. What that meant was people were actually perceiving those lines to be longer and shorter. They weren't doing it because of the social factor. They were doing it because other people were saying that. And so they were now looking at it going, oh yeah, okay, yeah, definitely. That line's longer and that one's shorter. Just by virtue of having these people there saying it. So what does that tell you? Group influence. You can be influenced by a group. And so it's something to be aware of.
Group think is something that
Groupthink.
I believe in 100%, and a lot of things in the world, and I won't get into too many conspiracy theories, that are group think. And somehow, you know, people say the same exact things all over the place.
Yeah.
And somehow, you know, it's just not possible. But
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, and something along these lines as well is called group polarization. This is where everybody in the group generally, they pretty much agree on the answer or the what the solution is on an issue. But now because they all agree, now they start getting more extreme. They kind of shift. The first person says, well, I think this. And then the next one says, well, yeah, I do too. And I think it even more than you do. And then the next one goes, well, I'm even more than you. And pretty soon it goes down the line and everybody gets really extreme. And part of that is as a group begins to shift, we all have this perception in our mind of where we are in the group. I'm kind of in the middle of the group. I'm kind of on this end of the group. But when the whole group starts to shift, we shift right along with it because we want to maintain our position in the group. But it's a tendency that kind of happens. We see this happen in something that they call the severity shift in juries. You know, it's when the jury all agrees this person is guilty.
I got the.
This is from
Yeah.
way back when, you know, when I did this, it was relevant. Everybody knew what this was about. Maybe a lot of you don't, but Vic was an NFL quarterback, but he had kind of a sideline where he did dogfight betting. And I mean, it was really pretty horrendous stuff. And he was convicted and kicked out of the NFL for it and all kinds of stuff. Well, so this picture shows that, you know, he's in front of a jury of dogs. How do you think that's going to go? The same kind of thing happens when you hear, yeah, how many of you heard about, you know, somebody getting $5 million for having spilled on themselves a cup of McDonald's coffee that burned them, right? And all of a sudden they're getting $5 million for it. It's what we call the severity shift in juries. The jury all agrees that this person is wrong or is convicted or he's guilty or whatever. And now it's like, so what do we do about it? Well, I think we ought to do this. Well, I think we ought to do this. Well, I think the person really needs to suffer. And it just goes right down the line. And it's well documented in the literature out there that this happens. I see this happen like in planning commissions. All right. So we have this requirement that you have to do landscaping. So you have a development and you have to do some landscaping. And, you know, the first person says, yeah, I think that'd really be great. And we need to do some landscaping here. And we need to have you put some trees along here. And the applicant says, okay, well, you know, how big are trees? And the person says, oh, I don't know, you know, maybe 1/2-inch caliber trees. And then the next one says, yeah, well, I think that's a good idea, but you need to put in 1-inch trees. And then the next one says, well, it ought to be bigger than that. We ought to get, pretty soon they're putting in redwoods, you know? I mean, it's the kind of thing that happens. It's the polarization of a group, a shifting of the group as a whole. And it's something we need to be aware of. Now, it is possible to depolarize groups. How do we prevent group polarization? The thing to do is to try to make sure that everybody in the group isn't of the same opinion or of the same mind. And what that really boils down to, again, is diversity. Have people in the group that aren't all the same, that aren't all thinking the same way and kind of going the same way. I call it the 12 angry men effect. You know, have at least one person on there who's going to think a little differently. And most importantly of all, again, these studies, I keep talking about these studies, but they're really fascinating to read. Non-polarized groups tend to have better outcomes and better decisions than polarized groups. You know, their ultimate decisions and what they ultimately wind up with tends to be better. So what does that tell us about having discussions? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Well, it's a good thing if we understand what it is and how it works, right? And how it should be affecting us. It's good. You should go into a meeting with an idea already of what you think on a matter. And then what the discussion would do is help you learn more about it. You know, maybe you learn some things you didn't know before about it, or you get some additional information or background. And in that regard, it may then help you to modify or form your decision or do something a little bit differently. But it's really not a good thing if you just go in and let the discussion dictate what you're going to do. You know, I don't know what to think, and this is what it's going to happen or the way it's going to be. One thing that I have found, and a suggestion made in one of these, which I think is really a good way to do this, we don't do this very often, but I think it really works well, is to do this. When you go for a discussion on a matter, write down what you think about that matter before anything happens, before there's any discussion, before there's any public hearing, before anything happens. You write down on a piece of paper and say, this is what I think. I think we ought to not approve this rezone because, or I think we ought to, you know, approve this subdivision plat because of this and this. Write that down and you keep that. Then the discussion goes on. You have the discussion, everything happens, all the stuff that gets talked about. When it's all over and it's getting to be time to make the decision, pull your piece of paper back out and look at what you wrote and think, do I still think that? Or did I hear something here that would maybe make me change my mind? It's a good way to do it, because then it really kind of anchors you back to what you thought originally. And remember, that was one of the important factors in getting good group decisions, was getting your thought, your decision into the mix rather than somebody else's. At least that way you can look back at what you thought originally, and now based on what has happened here, do you still think that? Or did you hear something that maybe makes you change your mind?
Yeah, and that's a good point. And in fact, I just crushed up one of these, was reading through the agenda and noting things before you even come to the meeting, so that, you know, and so if you need to go look up something or whatever, you have time to do that, because there's no time in the meeting to go frantically look on the internet to see, you know, something, or, you know, talk to somebody or get an opinion. And so that's kind of what I do. And if something, like you said, if you listen and something changes, well, then you cross it off. Okay, I got that.
Yeah,
Then you're ready to vote.
yeah.
So, yeah.
And again, as we
helps.
also talked about, by virtue of your being a member of the body or the group, the idea that you wrote down, the thought that you had, you need to bring it up so that it gets talked about. You know, so that the group, the whole group, has the benefit of your thought and gets maybe the opportunity to think about it and talk about it. So that's why I really like that idea. Write down at the beginning, before you have anything else happen, what you think at that point. And it maybe helps you to also say, what do I really think about this? I need to write something down. This is what I think. You know, at least you've done that at that point.
I don't know how to enunciate this, but so in your opinion, I mean, the goal seems to be in a group of 5, for example, that we're looking for a quorum decision, right?
Yeah.
How could a group of 6 ever function? A group of 6 city council people ever function properly then? I mean, there's never a time when we agree to disagree on maybe a bad decision.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So am I better to just kind of say, yeah, okay, I will agree, but in my mind, I don't think it's the best decision. But is it better sometimes to have unanimity on a bad decision versus having a good decision? Does that make, am I making
Yeah,
sense?
it does. It's more important to present a unified front so that things can go move forward, rather than maybe allowing some people to pick at it and say, look, they disagreed, so we shouldn't do this, even though the council voted to do this. You know, yeah, I get what you're saying, and that's maybe another one of those factors you have to put in that mix and decide how you want to go. But that kind of goes a little bit, and we can talk about that, but how you actually make your decisions. Okay. And after usually when you have something to do, most of the time you get something in front of you and you have to vote yes or no on it. That's pretty much it, right? And at that point, what are you going to vote? And how is your vote affected to do that? So again, the key factor here is, and from what we talked about in the beginning, is the best way to do this is for you to be able to make a decision and nobody knows what you voted. That's because it allows you to vote what you really think. And that way you say, they're not going to know what I really think. So it'll just be the tally at the end, whether it passed or not by the whatever vote it happens to be. And nobody can say, well, you were the dummy that, you know, made that fail or something like that. That's the ideal way to do it. Our Utah code says that the vote of each member on matters shall be recorded in the minutes. So your vote has to be known. Okay, so you're not going to get away with being anonymous on the votes that you cast. So forget that. We can't do that. But there are some things that we can do that maybe help make it a little bit better than what it might otherwise be. Get it closer to the idea. The one idea that I really liked the best was to, when you do the vote, everybody gets a little slip of paper and you write your yes or your no on the paper, right? Then you all pass them to the secretary or to the mayor and let the person count the votes and then announce what the vote total is. And that's it. It's only for the minutes themselves or later that you actually record what the vote of each individual was. And somebody would have to come back and take a look or come and ask you what you voted. That would be a way to do it. But again, to me, that just doesn't seem like that's going to fly, because there's going to be people sitting out there and they're like, I want to know what you voted. I want to know how each of you voted on this, so that isn't going to fly real well either. So probably the next best thing to do at that point is to have the group vote. All in favor, say aye. All against, say nay. At least that way you're all voting at the same time, simultaneously. The sequential voting is probably the worst way to do it, because then you get influenced by who voted before you. Even with the all together voting, not everybody speaks right up. They kind of, yeah, okay. But it's about as good as we're going to do, I think. So that's kind of an issue. But if, I really would love to see somebody try this, write it down on a slip of paper, pass it in, announce the total vote, and leave it. You do have to record the individual votes in the minutes, though. That has to be done.
Or if you had an electronic panel behind you, and so everyone would just hit a button, yes or no, and then it would.
That's right. Do a variation on that. Yeah, that might be the way to do it. So anyway, that's about group decisions. It's easy, guys. It's all so easy. No, it's not, but it's just something we need to be aware of, and something that can help us maybe to understand the dynamics of how all this works and how we can get to better decisions. At least try to get those things where, as we saw with the bigger, wisdom of crowds thing, that we can get that factor in there of getting all of us average Joe citizens and Jane citizens that we can come to good decisions and do something well. Now, I added this on to the end. This is from the Institute for Local Government, the attributes of exceptional councils. Since we're about to the end of time here, John, I won't spend time going through this, but you have this here. You can certainly go to the website, but it just talks about some of the things that they list here as what they say, good councils and council members will do, from the team partnership with the city manager, how they govern and manage the city. They have clear roles and responsibilities, and how that all plays out, how they honor the relationship with staff and with each other, and some of the principles for that, how you conduct effective meetings. And I just did a presentation, just developed a presentation, because I was whenever I was doing a lot of these planning commissions, mostly planning commission trainings that I do, but I do occasionally, and a lot of times we get council members that show up at these. I would continually get the question, I was just made the chair of the planning commission. I don't know how to do that. How do I be a chair of a planning commission? So I put together a whole presentation of how to be a chair and how to run a meeting. And it's been well received. A lot of people are like, oh, that's really helpful. So that's an important part of this. And then how you hold themselves and the city accountable. So some good principles and things there to kind of take a look at. So that's it. I'm done.
Questions, thoughts, group?
That's good. I thought, I liked it.
Hopefully it was helpful.
Really helpful. We really appreciate you coming, Will.
Yeah, glad to do it.
It's a nice drive up here.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful area.
It was not bad. And I got to see that
While
flag.
he's here on the mountainside.
Yeah, I did. I was just telling you, you weren't here when I mentioned that.
Oh,
But,
okay.
I've seen that on the news and everything numerous times, but I've never actually seen it. And when I was driving up 2700 North and I looked and I saw that and I thought, my first thought was, holy cow, that thing is huge. And it's really something. It's pretty neat.
Well, and one thing, council, that'll be kind of a theme as we go throughout the day is kind of this conversation about how does the group interact? What are some best practices? And then we'll probably even touch on some of those things that we're at the end of Will's slides on how do we be more effective and improve the relationship with staff, with even just in the council. This council is very respectful. There's been councils in the past that weren't as respectful. But that also can sometimes be a problem. Like, it's okay to disagree. It's just in the way you disagree that is keeps the group happy and healthy. But I don't want to skip our break because I think a break is very important, especially after you've eaten. So we're gonna adjourn for 10 minutes. And then we'll come back and do a little more training, and a little more discussion about the city. Okay,
Everyone would recognize.
so we're back live again. Just so everybody knows.
I don't know which
You
button.
wanna
to
hand
push.
it over and we'll
I
have
mean, I can
Ryan?
start pushing all of them. I think the big red one,
Pull the corner down.
but I've been told don't push the orange
In there.
buttons ever.
Got it, chief? You want me to do it?
Just making sure it's going.
Going? Great.
Okay,
Okay, I'm on one too.
thank you everyone for coming back. Oh yeah, I just had to split it down the middle. That was the only way I got it open. On this piece of paper I just handed out, this is gonna kick off our next activity. Take a chance, answer it really quick. Put your name on it and answer it for me. And we'll just have kind of a minute or two to do that.
Are these supposed to be anonymous now that we talk to you?
No, your name's on the top.
Your name's, yeah.
I know, but aren't they supposed to be anonymous?
Just put Blake, not Blake C, and then nobody will know.
Good point.
Balake.
Not a test, you're not gonna be graded, but you may be judged.
Well,
Where you
When I
want?
get my back, I got out of tone.
Yep. Yep, just. Hand it to me as you're done.
Yeah, we're doing self-assessments. Of the council.
Yeah.
Moving their office.
You're good.
Uh-huh.
Makes it harder when someone's hovering over you.
that's why it's glad you walked away. Looking over my shoulder.
Okay,
Here's your braces. Dispensing things.
I did, that's why I gave you one.
Here's your. Yes. She's doing it.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
I said freaking out.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Whatever we can share. It's whatever we can. I know.
So
Very good decision.
what, the reason, there's two goals of this activity we're doing. One is, I'm gonna sit back down because I don't like standing up. Sometimes I worry that we don't understand where everyone's coming from or how they're approaching it. And even, council members among yourselves, but also council members and staff. And then to Wilf's point, sometimes we get in these situations and we answer a question because of the answers we've already heard in the room. The best example I have of that is I was in a group like this, maybe about this size of people. Some of the staff have heard this before where the HR person said, hey, as a getting to know you activity, I want everyone to tell me the superpower you want. And so we're all, oh, okay, this would be kind of fun. So we go around the table, it's like flight, strength, just goes all the way around the room. And it gets to the last person who was a urology nurse. And she said, I just want the power to take away everyone's pain. And the whole room was like, oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's definitely, that's what we want. And if she had gone first, then everyone would have, pivoted their superpower. But so I'm going to now have these back out. It won't be yours. And we're just gonna go around the room and read what the other people, what the other people said. And the only rule is you cannot editorialize the comments that people are reading for you. So, meaning when someone reads your comment, you don't get a chance to say, oh, I mean, I meant this. I want to add this. Because I just want to have us learn a little bit about each other. I need to have to take money, otherwise it'll end up being mine.
Mine would have been different if I knew it was passed around.
Yeah. What's gonna be read in a public meeting?
No, I'm kidding.
I try to figure out how to spell NIMBY, but.
Okay. Let's start with you, Councilman Barker.
All right.
So read the name of the person and then just what
Wait.
they wrote.
I really try to research issues and then I just make a decision that is practical and reasonable. I really try to look at decisions and the future impact of that decision.
Christina, respect for experts or those who have brought forth research, study, and bring forth initial opinions. Listen to understand and new insights. Formulate new opinion if needed.
Oh, and probably should have, for those listening online, the question is, from what perspective do you approach your decision-making in your role with the city? Since they don't see that prompt, so, sorry.
Do we have anybody watching?
Yeah, we've got 4 or 5 residents
Oh,
and
interesting.
a staff member, and yeah.
Okay, so this is Ryan with a Y. I tried to. I wanted to clarify.
How do I spell my name?
I try to think what is best for the city as a whole. I also try to think how I would feel if the decision would directly impact me.
I have Dave. By the rule, his perspective is by the rules and standards that are set by the city.
See, I have Brian. I usually identify the decision to be made, gather evidence, look for alternatives, decide, reviewing decision, and then implement the decision.
I have Nate. I try to put myself in a mindset of law, policy, city perception, liability, personal experience. Is the right decision or the best option? My perspective is from a leader standpoint.
Let's jump back to do the corner crew.
Bryce with a Y. I approach my decisions for the city by acting or by asking, what are the goals I'm trying to accomplish? And are there other solutions that will accomplish this goal while
Accomplishing others.
while accomplishing others? Help me get the job done.
John's. I try to think of what is the best outcome in the long run financially, not necessarily what is the cheapest now.
Chris says I use both my own personal experiences and knowledge with input from sources pertinent to the subject in question.
Neil, experience, gut feel, factual information, input.
I have JD. Make decisions based on what is best for the greatest majority of residents of the city. Large focus on what's financially prudent.
Okay. And I have Ryan with an I. I do as much research on the topic as possible to educate myself, then approach it with a curiosity prior to making a decision. And so, any thoughts about comments? Anything you would have changed had you known they were going to be read, but then not by you?
I liked Ryan with the wise ending where he said, I like to think about how I would feel if I was immediately impacted by that decision. Kind of like if I was the next door neighbor. That was really good.
Yeah, because that's
Usually I just flip the coin, but.
you gotta have your sarcasm.
Yeah, right.
You know, I did the same thing with my wife, but no, I agree. Putting yourself in that situation is always a good thing, and that's honestly the reason I started going down the council path was my neighbor wanted to change an ordinance, so that kind of set the stage for, hey, I could probably help anyway.
Get involved.
Yeah.
So I have a question, because I think that's a good point, but how do you know what somebody else thinks? Like, for instance, I remember that discussion, just as an example. Some were basing it upon how it looks, right? So their feeling was, well,
Aesthetics.
I want it to be aesthetics. But others were saying, well, wait a minute, we want it to be safe.
Yeah.
Right, so I mean, that's a good point, but how do you put yourself in that mindset of, you know, how it would affect? Because our perceptions are so different, so I think you have to consider that for the good of the city, but I'm just wondering, because how you're gonna feel about it is based upon your life perceptions, right? Your paradigm, so to speak. So how do you, because I think it's a good point. I'm just trying to figure out how you do that, how you put yourself in the other person's perception.
My thought is, that's why it's a diverse group. If we're all thinking that way, then we're all gonna have a different opinion.
Yeah, but your opinion, I'm saying
I
is
mean,
slanted.
Well, right.
True.
But my
Not
opinion
your-
is different
your
than
paradigm.
Christina's and yours, and so if we all come with the same opinion of how does this affect me personally, it's gonna be, you'll have a rounded decision.
I
Go ahead.
understand that part. I'm just saying it's very difficult to really
It is.
perceive what somebody else thinks.
What were you
I
gonna
think
say,
there
Blake?
was a common thread that if, I mean, this kind of exercise kind of reveals internal motive, right? To some, in my opinion, it kind of reveals somebody's internal motive, right? And I think if we were to look at the, 9 or 10 or 11 of us here, I think we all want to do the right thing, right? Which I think is good, obviously. That's our hope. But sometimes I know I let my decision err on the side of, okay, in nearly 8 years, we've only had an experience like this maybe once or twice. It's kind of like the David Sanders experience, the one that's in the city right now where they have the person next to him planted 2 tall of, and they want him cut down, right? Well, the ordinance typically, based on what I've researched, the code says it can't be that high. So
It depends.
But
That's the
well,
problem.
the code says it shouldn't be that high. We've got somebody who's asking about it.
But if it's
Have we ever
landscaping, it can
had
be.
that experience before in the 2 terms I've been on the city council? We haven't. I'm a little bit more willing to look at that situation and go, well, we probably need to cut them down.
But you're gonna have to cut down a lot in the city, because I've roamed the city. There's a lot. of
Right, but we've
hedges.
never had that many people have those kinds of requests. That's the point I'm trying to make, is
So-
you may not see that ever again.
This is part of the nuance. The funny thing about this is the very first issue that Scott dealt with was the exact same issue. And the exact same decision was made, which was, except in this case, there was a fence. So there was a fence and then there was this hedge. And I think that decision is part of the reason that the planning department's decision is essentially consistent, which is, hey, there's room for a fence. So this hedge isn't a fence, it's landscaping. And so it's this weird nuance, and it cycles back to what does the code say? And then this even cycles into, if you listen to some of the staff perspectives, right? Their focus is, what are the rules I'm supposed to follow? How do I accomplish that goal? And I think, so there's always this little bit of tension, and Wilf obviously didn't jump into it too much, but the role of staff is, staff are affected by the rules we implement. And so Scott having to make a decision on, is this a hedge, is it a fence, is a weird, it's a weird situation for most employees to be in, for him, it's more typical because that's part of his role as the planning director. The code says he's the one who gets to make the interpretation. And so it's this weird, there's just this weird stuff. And part of the reason I'm glad that we had so many people participate from the staff perspective, the leadership come and be in the room today, is because I really feel like the future of the city and what we're going to be talking about, especially as we get towards lunch and after lunch, is this long-term decision-making, goal setting, and prioritizing that's going to help the city be better than it is today.
So, John, I have a question in that regard. Because when it comes to ordinance interpretation, whose responsibility is that? I mean, we can change the ordinance, but you can see the difference of opinion even amongst the council here. So what is the best protocol procedure for that? Because, we could go around in circles and, you've heard Blake,
I was Blake's opinion until I started looking at her.
So, yeah, and so, I mean.
So in our code, most codes say the administrator for this ordinance is this staff person. A good example is when you look at the uniformed officers, in most situations, it's not even the chief who makes the decision in the individual situation. The individual officers have the authority to decide, do I write a ticket? Do I not? Is this a warning? Is this an education? And the most success that we've had in satisfaction with our officers is when they feel that power and that authority to do their role. So even though someone's going 10 miles an hour the speed limit, they still don't have to write them a ticket. Because no one, I'm guessing the chief hasn't gone in and said, hey, at 10, you got to write them. Although I assume if they're going 50 over, if they don't write a ticket, then someone might say, now listen, you got some discretion.
Right, and each officer has their what their limit is.
Yeah.
So it used to be common that it was 12, it was 10, it was 9, but it's usually in that realm. But it's up to them, based on their personal experience.
Yeah.
But who gets the heat for, how many comments have you had about, or calls about, you don't enforce speeding in the city? Everybody's speeding in the city, and they're doing 70 and 25.
Only 70?
But there was something I noticed, and maybe I misinterpreted it. But when you saw how staff makes decisions, we make decisions based upon the ordinance, the law. And then, so they're making that decision based upon that. And then we challenge them on how they enforce it. How do we solve that issue? Because we're all going to get calls. I was just mentioning to some of the council members earlier, I had an inquiry about how we're going to enforce winter parking. Well, the ordinance says you give them a warning, and if they do it again, you tow their car. But historically, what's happened is there was actually a mayor. I found out the mayor has the right to waive those things. He took away, they'd written all these tickets and he just vanished them. Because that's pleasing to the public, right? But if you notice how the staff responded, how they make decisions, it was based upon the law, the ordinance, so they're doing that. But how do we, because we would all have a different opinion, just like on the hedge.
Yeah.
All of us, well, not everybody, but there's probably quite a few of us who grew up in North Ogden under Officer Podolsky. Get away with speeding.
Right.
And if one of the reasons why we don't like speeders is because it's a potential safety issue, then I respect that Officer Kozlowski was willing to give tickets, even though it may have only been for a small infraction over the speed limit, right? So, I mean, I get it. From personal experience, just here about 3 weeks ago, I was pulled over up in Idaho. And the state policeman said to me, he says, you know, he says, what's wrong? He says, I've learned that if somebody's usually speeding a little bit more than, and I was going quite a bit faster than I should have been. I just found out my daughter is pregnant again out of wedlock. And he says, well, you know, that's interesting. He says, you're not the normal kind of person to speed, right? No. So was I appreciative that he gave me a break? Yeah, I was appreciative that he gave me a break. My mind was certainly not where it needed to be at the moment. On the flip side, did I deserve a ticket? Yeah, I did. And whether it would have been 1 mile over or 15 miles over, I deserved the ticket.
Well, and so the one thing, and I don't want to belabor this topic long in the sense of it being the topic we're talking about that as the only focus, but I want these themes with what Wilf talked about and what we're talking about now to carry us through the rest of the day, because to the mayor's point, the staff will enforce the rule as it's written unless under two situations. One, it's so confusing you can't interpret it. Or two, and this goes right back to the mayor's point.
That's when we fix it. If it's so
Right,
confusing.
we fix it. That it's, or there's any sort of an impression given to the staff that rule isn't important, then not only do you lose that rule, but you start losing all the other rules.
But John, I think the other thing too, and you know, I appreciate the willing to have open discussion here. One of the first things as mayor I asked the council to do was what? Not give directions to staff. Because we had that problem for a number of years in this city. Where council members were going out and telling staff what to do. So my recommendation was, we have a great city manager. If you have an issue, let's let John deal with it. That's why we're paying him and that's why he's hired, because I found out really quickly as a council member or the mayor, even if you're just asking a question, that's a command. They have such respect for the council that when you start, you know, telling them stuff and they take that as a directive. Would that be fair?
Yes, absolutely.
I totally agree.
So how do we kind of deal with that? We're kind of somewhat unique in our city by the mayor giving you assignments to a specific area of the city. My thought was that as a resource to make sure that, you know, they have communication back to proper city official, and that if they need resources, you're the ones that have the control of the resources. But you can see the difficulty sometimes, and John had a good point. When they're enforcing the law and we come in and say, oh, don't worry about it, let's make an exception to that. You've heard me say, well, we better be willing to make that exception consistently across the board then, right? Which to me would mean probably change the ordinance, because it's not a good ordinance. But anyway, I'd appreciate some feedback on how we can improve that, or are we on the wrong track, or how do we?
I think from the aspect of tasking, I think it's a good idea. Well, it also twofold. One, delegating departments. So when citizens have issues on something related to police, you know, Christina and I don't answer it, JD does. And so that kind of delegates, you kind of go, oh, okay, JD's got that one, you know. And then also when there isn't something that you'd like to ask or maybe go do, you know, you ping John and CC Jamie when there's a question you just had, hey, what line item is yada yada. That way, you know, if John's like, no, I got it. Because if Jamie's doing something, you don't want to, you know, mess
John
with
knows
them.
our priorities, right?
Right. So I think that works, because then you're not, council's not jumping all over the place trying to answer stuff, and if there isn't a task or something, then John can delegate, or not delegate, but prioritize.
I think it's important too, and just my perception, I could be totally wrong here, is, you know, if I have JD, if I've asked JD to be the liaison to the police department, we are all in this together, but it's really confusing if somebody starts stepping into JD's, you know, area, because like I said, staff looks like, you guys like your queens and kings, really. And that's really confusing when they know, okay, Ryan, you have this responsibility, but Christina's jumping in, kind of communicating directly with them and taking over that responsibility. If that council member is not doing their responsibility, my recommendation would be pick up the phone or go sit down with them and say, you know, I'm concerned about this. If you know, I think I was telling Chris, I really like the self-assessment idea that Will talked about, is us assessing the council as a whole and our individual performances as council members. Because I think we can get some good feedback. I don't know how you feel about that, but anyway, just some thoughts that have been running through.
I love talking about myself in the third person.
Good.
Anybody else?
Can I ask a question about this?
Of course.
So I completely understand all the things that you're saying. I think it's important. You know, I'm liaison with admin, and I think it's really important for them to feel like I've got their back and I can bring their concerns to the council. And you know, again, if I hear a complaint from a citizen, then I want to pass that along. But my question is, so I can see where you're coming from and I get it. And I want to do exactly what I've been instructed to do. What my question is, let's say I get a complaint from a citizen and it's not my liaison, and it's something that I'm concerned about, but I'm not sure if the liaison is as concerned. And so that then it becomes more of like I want to advocate for a certain amount of the city that maybe not everybody wants to advocate for. So then what do I do, I guess is the question.
So, this would be my impression, is if you don't feel like it's your area, which means you don't have as direct of a line of communication with the individual, you know, like JD and Chief Hyman do, then then come through me.
Okay.
Because then I can help get it out and back without it feeling like there's a lot of chaos and a tangled web going on.
Or I just pick up the phone, say, JD, what do you want me to do about this? And
Right.
JD's like, oh, yeah, I got that. Or I'm busy, can you deal with that?
Yeah.
Okay, you know,
Yeah.
that's, to me, that's easy.
Yeah.
No, you're
It's-
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's because you're the head of the table.
Christina, if you're, I would suggest this too.
Because you call me the most, how about that?
If you've tried everything you can do and you're passionate about something and you feel a council member is not listening, feel free to call me, because that's where I can work with council members to
Yeah.
find out that. I don't want to put the other council member in a real awkward position.
Yeah.
You know, first work directly with them, trying to solve the problem. But if not, if you're getting roadblocks on everything, that's where I can come in and maybe help and get an understanding and
Okay.
and try to
Not that
solve
this
the
has really
problem.
happened, but I was just curious, didn't want to jump out of it.
You know, because it will happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you that every city manager that hears about what we do here, well, maybe not every, I hate absolutes, right? Most city managers are like, are you all crazy? So there are cities out there where the city manager threatens the council twice a year and says, do not talk to anyone at the city but me. I'm the only one you're allowed to talk to. And I think the way that the mayor has set this up is way better, because we want the council involved. We want you knowing people's names, and we want you knowing the problems that are going on at the ground level, because that leads to better budgeting and better priorities and better solutions. And so sometimes it's messy, but I think it's a healthier way to do it, because if you have a disconnected council, then there's tension. and there's problems that come where all of a sudden, yeah. So I really like the way we do it, even though every city, again, most city managers say that's insane. How do you have a council member assigned to Public Works? Like, why would you do that to Public Works? And I think Public Works sees it as a resource. Hey, I got someone in the council budget meeting who is going to say, hey, this is what the team I represent needs.
Which is good, as long as that council member doesn't get into
the daily stuff.
This daily stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it is good for, to see what their day-to-day job is, but like you said,
Observe.
but not in their day-to-day planning, yeah.
Well, I really liked on this, back to the original question, decision making. I liked how a lot of people put in input or curiosity or listening, because I think that this group does a great job of, not coming in with a hard, fast opinion that can't be changed, but listening to what everyone, being able to formulate your opinion depending on what everyone brings to the table.
And it's also, again, that's also from a typical city manager, and I'm using the group as a whole perspective, they hate that. They hate the idea that they don't know how the council's going to vote when they show up. And there's a lot of them who call the council members, and they're lobbying before every council meeting for positions and for things. And I think you probably noticed I don't do that. The mayor doesn't do that, unless if it's legislatively, he might see what you're thinking, just so we can get answers and find stuff out. But we just approach things a little differently here. It's a little messier sometimes, but that's okay.
And I think we've had a problem historically with certain council members lobbying the other council members, trying to persuade. I think it's good amongst yourself to ask questions and get information and things of that nature. And do your research. But yeah, you were elected by the citizens to represent them, right? And it's hard. I don't think anybody, when it said input, it's got to be credible input, right? Because most calls I get from citizens, it's an emotional thing. They're not interested. It's the old thing, don't confuse me with the facts. I had a conversation with the chief this morning. I had a lady call me late last night, acquaintance of mine, and my initial answer was, my advice is call the chief. He'll solve your problem, or he'll at least listen to you. But I think that input, you have to have a filter almost to say, is this factual or is this, emotional? Because you've heard me say before, Ronald Reagan said a landslide is 50.1%. Because everybody has a difference of opinion. So as a council member, you have to be able to kind of sift through the emotion and get to the facts, and have the courage to tell the council member, the citizen, thanks for the call. But here's the law, here's the ordinance. You're welcome to come to council and explain why we should change the ordinance.
I'm gonna throw my wife under the bus again, but the one person that yells at me the most, that's usually emotional, is her. And I say, well, this is the reason. She's like, oh, we need to change that. I'm like, that's not how it works, or someone just wants you to listen. That's my brother-in-law that does that quite a bit. He'll yell at me and he's like, well, thanks for listening. I'm like, so, okay, that's fine. He didn't really, wasn't requiring an answer or solution. He just wanted to vent.
And that's what I told the chief. This lady just wants somebody to listen.
You saw the person calling he just wants to vent.
Yeah.
So,
but when you look at his basis on what it's irrational.
Mhm.
I mean, he's a good person. I don't want to, but he's probably contacted every single council
Mhm.
member, and there's no way that Chief Vining can solve his problem. It's impossible.
but so you just, you
listen and say.
You listen and be empathetic.
Mayor, I don't know if this is diverting too much, but it's been part of the conversation at some point. One thing that drives my wife nuts is I'm a rule follower. And she just, sometimes she's like, you gotta go off the path a little sometimes. And when I was on a church mission, I remember I got out into the mission field and I got assigned to my area. And I drove myself nuts because I wanted to follow every rule to an exact degree, and I wasn't going to deviate. But it's where do you draw the line? You were supposed to take a 1 hour lunch and you're at 1 hour and 1 minute. Like, is that gonna kill anyone? Is that gonna be a big deal? Maybe not. And so that's just something that I learned from that experience is like, you're not ever going to be able to be 100% exact. I think it was impossible in that situation. And so I think when we're making decisions, a lot of the staff we're talking about, we've got the rules and this is what's got to happen. I think when it comes to health and safety and that type of thing, 100%, has to be enforced 100%, no matter what. But I think there are going to be other topics within the city that might be a little bit up for interpretation. And that's what we talk about as a council if we want to change an ordinance or go down that path. But that's what I always think about is life would be a lot easier if it was just black and white and you just always are able to make that decision. But I learned it's not always that easy.
And you've heard me say before, I mean, that's the prerogative of the council, but don't do it individually. I don't know how many times in just the last 3 months where somebody's had a problem with a citizen, they said, well, you did it for so-and-so. You did it for so-and-so. So you have to look at that. It's just like, I'll go back to Chris's thing on the wall. I remember that discussion very, very vividly. I mean, people were talking about, well, just put some bushes along the bottom and put some dirt up there and then it'll only be 8 feet tall and, and they were trying to find ways to get around the ordinance, right? So what did we say? We said, well, wait a minute. The substance of the question is a 10-foot wall safe? Is a 20-foot wall safe? And we decided as long as it's an engineered, and an engineer told us an 8-foot wall or a 10-foot wall, 11 foot, I think is where it ended up.
11.2.
11-foot wall, it's safe. That's what we're after, to your point, safety, and we changed the ordinance, right? Instead of just saying, oh, well, So I think you're right. You can't be black and white on everything, but you have to be consistent. I used to use the term, you have to be fair, you have to be firm, but you have to be consistent. And that's where I think the council can get itself in trouble sometimes, is being inconsistent. What do they call that? The rule of law where you're just kind of picking and choosing.
Anarchy. I mean, no, yeah, I can't think of the technical
Something
term.
enforcement.
Selective enforcement.
Selective enforcement.
Yeah.
That's where you can kind of get yourself sideways. So you got a good point there. But, you can't, I think the danger is, and if you haven't figured this out already, I'm not really political. I just kind of try to do the right thing as much as I can. But I think if you find yourself making a decision on trying to please somebody, that's when it gets really political. That's when you find yourself in trouble. Blake will tell you that when he asked me, what do you expect from a council member? What I say, Blake? Have what? Courage. Yeah, have courage. You're not going to please. You're going to please this person. You're going to upset that one. So, make your decision on some of the things you talked about. What's best for the city after factual investigation, etc. Okay, Joe, sorry.
No, that's perfect. So I'm gonna, I think let this simmer and think about it, and we will circle back. But I also want to make sure that we hit all our stuff too and move through our agenda. So I think now we'll jump into kind of city overview. And I think we'll, revenues is gonna show up in our capital, so we're moving that down. And policing, I think let's wait till Nate gets back, because I think he'd like to be here for that.
Sure.
So we'll jump into the other two, which are my two items, where I'm kind of filling in for folks, just
Get the farming.
See what we growing there. Kinda
Yeah.
Reminds me of the, what were the nineties things where you stare at it and it starts.
Oh, yeah, the
jumping out
3D
at you?
pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it kind of like, I'm thinking I'm gonna stare at it and something's gonna jump out at me.
Council
Yeah.
retreat. Well, there it
John,
is.
can I really quick ask a question on the last one still?
Yeah, of course.
So I feel like in my preparation and studying the packet to be prepared for meetings, I make phone calls quite a lot too. Dave, John, Scott. Is this what you're saying to not to communicate too much with staff, or tell me exactly
No.
what you're trying to?
So giving them any direction. So
Okay, okay.
if you call them up and say, well, I feel like in this situation, we should,
Yeah, yeah.
then they
Okay.
take that as, I'm going to lose
Okay.
my job if I don't do what this
Okay.
council member just told me.
Okay.
So if you say, hey, help me understand the situation,
Yeah.
totally fine. And especially if you're talking to department heads.
All right.
And if you see workers out, checking meter boxes or doing things they're doing, please stop and say hi, get to know them. Make sure they know that you care about them, but don't say,
Direct.
well, you're doing it that way, that seems silly, right? So so I think if you're interacting with them to get them, know them on a personal level, and then make sure anything that's, like, you could go to Dave and be like, hey, Dave, I noticed that they were doing this. I feel like that, like, if that's coming through me or Dave as the assistant city manager, then I feel like that's
Yeah.
appropriate.
Okay.
But if you send it to the folks at the front counter, that's not fair to them at the
Right,
front
right.
I
counter.
violated that rule just the other day.
Was it Dave?
No, it's our street. I said, I ran into Bowen, and I said, hey, Bowen, when are you gonna take down those cones on 800, 30, 300?
The next day they were down.
Yeah. By the end of the day.
Well, they actually were down before I got home.
But I have to be careful because the same thing happens to me. I said to Bill Ashelman once, hey, I'm just curious there's a complaint about this house, and I just need to understand what's happening, because what did the police know? Right? Because chief was off. It was a Friday. It wasn't Chief Einan, but and I literally within 2 hours, there were like 3 cars up there. There was contacts made, and I'm like, oh, no. Like, I just need to know what's going on. So
Automatically becomes priority one.
yeah.
It just does. It's just
Yeah,
chain of
that's
command.
how it works.
That's how it works.
So anyways, that was
John, can I say one
That was a
thing?
good time,
to-
yeah.
Since you brought this up, and I don't mean to, prolong, I know you want to get started, but, it didn't take me long to realize what awesome staff we have. Sometimes leadership has, right or wrong, sometimes leadership has a little bit of a burden that you're going in there to try to correct things. Right? Does that make sense at all? It does, because I only got 2 people saying yes.
yeah.
Right by it.
Okay, all right.
We're just trying to move this along.
Thank you, Ryan.
No, I think you're right.
It didn't take me long, and sometimes I think I've actually been, maybe as a city council person, I've actually maybe been maybe a little bit, maybe sometimes a little aloof. But it's only because I have such high confidence in Dave and Ryan and Bryce's work and John's work. And so, like I say, it didn't take long for me to realize, you know what? These guys are incredible people. And I can trust them with decisions, right?
Yeah, no, thank you for that, because I think the more that the employees feel that they're trusted, they're respected, then they also will open up more and share back, hey, here's some things that might help the city. So it's really good. Yeah.
One of the police officers.
Yeah, it's probably one of them actually not trying to get inside.
Yeah. So we wanted to kind of go through the 5 main areas, really the 4 main areas, because we're kind of blending finance and capital together. So we're kind of looking at policing, building and planning, recreation, and then capital projects. And so the building and planning and recreation are fairly short in that we're just gonna show you the numbers and try to answer questions you have. But this is a really interesting slide. You can't see the commercial hardly. You can see it here. There's a 1 in 2020. There's a 1 in 22, in 23 and 24. You can see that it's right at the very top. This is the number of permits pulled, or the number of units. So in the case of multifamily housing, which on this sheet is the more kind of brown color, those are the number of units. It might be 1 permit or 10 permits that created that many units, but it's not like this townhome building of 6 units we're counting it as 6 units, not just 1 permit. The single family, these are all the new permits, does not include the remodels. It does include some ADUs, or in some cases, at least one, a pool house that really we treated like an ADU because it was on a separate lot, had kitchen, living space, but it technically was fenced in with another house, or a detached ADU in someone's backyard. There is one of those in here as well.
Mother-in-law's. Yeah.
Yeah, please, if we use acronyms, accessory dwelling unit. Yeah, so
a bigger, smaller house on the same lot.
you can see in 2020, we were permitting about 210,
Detached, yeah.
213 units. In 2021, it skyrocketed. And that was largely, if you go further back in our system, there's reasons for that, because in the prior years, there was a lot of development agreements worked on and done. In fact, the majority of these multifamily units in 2021 were the Patriot Point development, which the development agreement was signed in 2020. And so you'll see this kind of trend. And in fact, as we'll come back, but you'll also see that kind of tied to subdivisions. So if you can see some of the curve, if you were following it, these 2 graphs follow each other a little bit. And it may not seem like it because 22, 23, and 24 were not as massive as subdivisions were approved. But in our subdivisions, we didn't do a lot count. We just did, applications and approvals. But I guess my point with building is there was these peak years. We ramped up. We had 3 full-time inspectors and 1 part-timer. And then as things have gone on, the interesting thing that you probably also let me scale this back. 21 to 22, these units that were permitted in 21 were not done in 21. They were finished in 22, especially the multifamily, because just the time it takes. And so there's a little bit of the curve that is hard to follow and understand because of the nuances. And so what I guess the point I was trying to get as it relates to the council and as it relates to long-term planning is we had this spike. So we ramped up our staff. We hired an extra building inspector, got them all trained up, and then things started to turn. So we had one of our inspectors retire. And so as we were watching the subdivision curve, we started saying, hey, we probably aren't going to need an inspector. We don't need to replace that retired position because the subdivision numbers are going down and the building permit numbers are going to follow. And so we're probably okay. But as you've seen, as I've been flipping back and forth to this slide, our 2024 subdivision numbers are through the roof. Now there's some small ones, but there's some big ones too. We've got more up for White Rock. We got Northview Estates. We've got that application from West States on the south end of town. That's multifamily is what they're asking for. And so there's So there's an indication if you're following the graph and if things trend the same, that sometime after 2024, either 25 or 26, we're going to be looking at a lot of permits again. And we're going to probably need to be prepared and watching those indicators on our permit numbers to say, we need to hire an inspector or contract, right? Like we have that option because our permits are going to jump again. And we've got to have enough staff so that the folks downstairs can be effective building inspectors. One of the things we have, Wilf mentioned it, our planning staff is top notch. I think our building staff is some of the best in the county. And when I say that is, no one gets away with anything. And it's not that there aren't things missed or things like that, but they inspect every house the way an inspector should be inspected. And they are not one of those airplane inspections. They call them that because some inspectors literally drive, well, not literally, figuratively drive past the house and they're signing documents as they're driving by and making a paper airplane, throwing it out the window, right? They just drive by and make sure there's a house there. That leads to bad product and has potential for fraud. Banks have been defrauded by inspectors not doing their jobs. The nice thing is on the legal side, we're not liable for that, but our inspection team is top notch and they take it serious. And that even bleeds over into our public works inspection department, that they don't let people put bad pipes in the ground or do things like they're not supposed to be. So any questions about building permits and subdivisions?
Yeah, John, just will you clarify for me. So like, for example, 2021, 246 doors.
Of multifamily.
Doors,
Mhm.
246 doors.
Yep.
Would you go to the subdivision?
Yep.
So 2024, we've got 22. So that doesn't mean. there's
22 subdivisions so far.
Oh, wow, okay.
And I should probably say that the subdivisions is on a calendar year. And the building permits are on a fiscal year. The only reason it's that way is I was putting this graph together yesterday after my conference and I didn't have the time to try and divide it by calendar or by fiscal year. And we track them numerically by calendar year. So, but yeah, so yeah.
So where's the Prominence Point apartments? Where would those show up?
The ones that were just pulled, the subdivision would fall back in the 2020.
Okay, but then
the permits, no, wrong way, would fall probably in 23 because they were pulled last year for the apartments that are going up, but they haven't been finalized yet. So they're in that 84 units of multifamily in 2023.
John, I think Prominence Point was well before 2020.
No, I meant the apartments.
Yeah, that is the apartments.
Well, this is when the permit was pulled for the building.
Right. But you were saying that the development agreement was done back in I think it was 2017.
Yeah, the initial development agreement.
So you can see how far out that could be pushed.
Yeah. And well, and Patriot Point, I probably misspoke. Patriot Point was signed in 2020. And so this 246, the majority of those units are the Patriot Point townhomes.
I'm even saying Patriot Point was before 2020. That's when the pond and everything was put into place. I was the mayor in 2020.
Right. The final version of the development agreement, well, not final, was signed in 2019, in December of 2019. So yeah, the mayor's correct. And so, but even after those are signed, it takes a while for them to get all their in-ground work and get stuff to where they're allowed to apply for building permits.
The reason I bring that up, you can see sometimes it's 5, 6, 7 years before that takes off.
Yeah.
And of course, the chief sitting here saying, okay, how are we going to police all this?
Well, and like this 122 units in 2020, some of those are the townhomes at Prominence Point, but some of those are the, I mean, you could call them townhomes, although they're more like a McMansion cluster fourplex, but the Cherry Springs Villas, right? That retirement community right next to the Barn Golf Course. So there's a little mix. Anytime it's a connected unit, it's in the brown. If it's a standalone unit, it's in the red. Any questions about trends or what we're seeing, and we'll have more information as we move forward, but this is kind of a snapshot in time.
This isn't a question, but it's just an observation. It looks like to me, based on the amount of subdivisions that have been approved or being looked at in 2024, and based on the last slide where it's showing that in 2023, this building permits, well, it just looks like to me, based off of the amount of subdivisions, and based off of where interest rates are, there's reason to believe that this is gonna start ramping up substantially in the next year or two with activity. So that's gonna have an impact on our building department. So even though 2023 and 2024 don't look all that large as far as the number of permits, it feels like, I mean, it just feels like a gut feeling that it's gonna probably pick up pretty good in this fiscal year and next.
And it's also really hard to gauge the type of permits that we still saw in 2024. So that's June 30, 24 back through July of 23. Those are apartment units, or townhomes, which are typically a little bit harder to inspect in the sense that they'll go on site for 3-4 days, right? To do a 4-way inspection, especially for apartments. And then the 72, there's a significant majority of those that are custom homes. And those also are very hard. It's a very intense, I mean, there's homes up there, well, they won't do a 4-way in one time because being on site for 4 hours is too long, or sorry, 8 hours is too long. So they do it in 4-hour bites or 3-hour bites, and they'll plan it over a couple of days. And that's better for the contractors too. But back in 2020 and even earlier, you know, a lot of the houses were, they were ivory tract homes, right? Similar house, similar contractor, similar setup. They could walk in and they already knew almost what was going to be wrong because the same sub had done the same job in every house, right? But these custom homes, as you all know, they are custom. I mean, we have people shipping stuff in from Europe for their houses, beams from monasteries in Europe, and tapestries, automatic toilets. Building folks told us about that.
This is real.
You go in and the toilet seats open up for you. So anyways,
Just look at it.
the next one is
Writing it down.
the next slide we're going to look at. We flashed on it a couple of times, is in my opinion very confusing, and it's going to be impossible to get any really meaningful data out of it, and it's recreation because of COVID. In 2020, you can see the baseball, softball, basically those kind of diamond-based sports all dropped because their season was the spring of 2020. You can see that the summer camps didn't move at all because by the time we got into summer, we were able to do some social distancing and keep the program going. Football was in the fall, same thing. There were certain protocols we could put in place. Cherry Days 5K dropped. And then basketball is the same thing. It starts in July or December, late in the year. So we had protocols, right? And so you didn't see the drop, but it's also weird to see because of that, you don't get a really good trend line to know is involvement going up? Is it going down? If you total these numbers up, it actually, let's see, it was in my notes, but I'll pull up this other sheet. Since I can't pull my notes up on that screen. The total participation goes from 1370 in 2017, and we're at 1322 in 2024, and the highest year was 1478 in 2022. So when you put all the participants stacked together, we're in between 1370 and 1478. So 100 kids up or down is what we're seeing as a flux. And the graph overemphasizes it in some ways. But I think it's still essential to know that there is movement going on, and some of the trends for baseball, softball, seems like it's a correction. We had a spike in interest and now it's come back down. But if we see 2 or 3 more years where it's dropping, then we need to have a conversation about, is this a sport that is no longer valid? Do our kids not going to play soccer or t-ball, softball, kickball? Are those sports going away? And do we need to pivot and move? I would say based on this, probably nothing needs to move except for maybe there should be some consideration for the summer camp. It's 60 slots and they've been full every year. And there's a waiting list. And so maybe if we had another program, there's a chance to involve more kids, or it just shows that maybe people are looking for activities in the summer. Because most of these sports start after the school year starts or end before it ends, right? There's not a lot in the summer sport wise, unless you're playing soccer. And I think soccer is just year round. So, well, Chief, we might
He's on
just,
his way back.
oh, he's on his way?
We
Okay.
can start. He had to go drop off radios.
Okay, well, we will, any questions about recreation?
I think there's a lot that have maxed out numbers, a lot of programs, that if there were more baseball fields or more basketball courts, that there could be higher numbers. If that's what we're trying to get, you know what I'm saying?
Well, and
there are limits.
And I should probably be really careful in how I comment, because getting more kids involved isn't always necessarily the goal of recreational activities. And what I mean is probably the biggest goal of those activities is impacting those that are involved. And obviously there'll be a certain point, we're not going to run a basketball program with that one kid plays, but are we meaningfully impacting those individuals involved? And that one, when you want to talk about trying to find statistically, if you are, I mean, who's to know if me playing baseball in Boise had an impact on what I turned into now? Maybe be that negative or positive, whichever.
It was
way you go.
everything. It was baseball.
Right. But you look back on those core memories of your youth and what impacted you, right? Like, I still stay in touch with my high school choir director, because he impacted me that much in my life.
John, maybe this has already taken place, and I just don't know about it, but to Councilmember Watson's point, what is our purpose of recreation? What are we trying to accomplish in that? And then do we have the resources to accomplish what we're trying to do? I'm a little bit confused after your comment there. Why do we do, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think I understand why we do recreation, but if we outline why we're doing it and the goals we want to accomplish, then you can kind of back into the rest.
Yes. And so what I was trying to do was apologize for me injecting something into the conversation that may anchor and give you a feeling of where I expect you to be. Right. And because when we get to the lunch discussion and afterwards, we're going to talk about priorities. And if we end up talking about recreation as a group, then I want you to feel like you can say, this is the goal of the program. Because if we can have our priorities and our goals, then we can figure out how to measure and make sure that we're meeting those goals. It goes back to that kind of, I hate to call it a 360, but in theory, every year we should be checking, is the city accomplishing the goals that the council has set? So
Do that self-assessment.
yeah. So I apologize. That's what I was trying to do is say, hey, I was trying to back off that it made it sound like, yes, we're meeting our goals or we aren't. And so I'm trying to be good about
John,
leaving
you
things
don't have to
neutral. Okay, we're gonna jump to the police.
One more thing on the recreation, I think the goal of tracking participants is important to make sure that we're providing the right things that people want, right? I mean, that's your point too. I mean, should we have pickleball? I don't know. I mean, stuff like that, because if if basketball is trending down, and we're like, well, what do the kids want to do? I think that's maybe something to keep in mind.
And conversely, I think to your point too, Chris, is the fact that I think in football, Utah League, or what's that called? U League is spreading across the state. And does that then mean it doesn't become a city program, but it's a youth program? Or can we compete with that, or should we compete with that? You know, the question always comes up, should government be competing with private enterprise? Right? So it could be going down, not that the fact that they don't want to play football, because junior high just did away with football, right? So they're gonna want to go somewhere. But it may be they have a different alternative that's better than what we're providing. Then do we have the courage to step back and say, well, they can do it much better than us, so should we be in that? Does that make sense?
Exactly.
If we were providing the same exact product, then I think that would be unnecessary, but you know, you're attracting, you know, my kids play competitive soccer and it's very different when you play recreation soccer versus competitive soccer. And you have different markets and I feel like you need both those markets. They attract different groups of people and both have different advantages. So anyway, I'm
Have you
not.
been to a little league football game?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as non-competitive.
Oh.
You're
right. You're right. You're right.
And anyway,
I just
so
mean all
yeah.
year is really what I mean. I mean, lots more money and lots more time. That's all it means.
And they can't get refs because the parents are so.
Right, they're gonna get beat up.
In Chicago, my
No, I know.
nephew, there's a moat around the baseball field. It's a dry moat, but so the parents can't go to the backstop. There's a big, like, excavation to keep them
Maybe
in.
you don't want me to.
Really? So they put that, I mean, that's just, and so how did the parents respond to something like that?
They're okay because none of them can get there. So they stay in the stands, you know, 30 feet away, but it just keeps them from yelling and at the coaches in the ups. Or being as close when they yell, maybe.
That's a sad commentary. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting fights on the other side of the moat.
Yeah, let them fight over there.
Different county, you know.
Different county, there you go.
So they get around, so that's the thing, kids in school, so they can put part of it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity, everyone. This is kind of like the State of the Union for the police department, where we're at right now. This is what's going on.
This can't be true. That can't be true where you're at right now. Go back to that picture.
Well, I'm not in it. I made sure I wasn't in any of them. Yeah, I know, but look how,
So I'm on the
Curve that
right
one
hand
is.
side of the picture.
there you are. Are you in
I
there?
mean, Sean, even with us?
No, he just left. He's in a couple of these though, in respect, in memory. Okay, this is our current staffing as of today. We have 21 of the 22 sworn positions filled. Its applications are out and we are reviewing. We're getting some interest. It's slowed down a little bit. We got a lot at first and then it's kind of slowed down and we're specifically looking for lateral hires. So we have a lot of people putting in that don't have any experience at all or a post academy graduation. We have one officer on light duty. He should be back within a month. And then we have one officer in FTO and she should be out within the month. We have one of two CSO positions. Sean just left us and hopefully he'll come back. It was some family stuff going on, but we'll see how that goes. He's going to be missed. All of our civilian positions are filled and all of our crossing guards are filled, which is an ongoing rotation. We instituted new values, which I've reviewed with the council, so I'll just go through them real quick. They've already been reviewed, so it has made a difference. Values are important. They follow our mission and our vision of the police department, and we remind the officers all the time of these values. Each time an award is given, like an excellent work award or an employee of the month, we will list those values on those awards so that there's a correlation there and they understand why they got them. We've had a few cultural changes with the recent changes that we had over the last 5 months. There's been increased accountability and I'll explain that as I go through. I think as we talk, it might be easier. We introduced collateral duties to the sergeant. So we took some of the collateral duties that the lieutenants had and passed them down to the sergeants. Those collateral duties are like what we have, the police department's divided into two divisions, operations and support services. And each lieutenant is responsible for the collateral duties that we have in addition to just running the police department. And some of those collateral duties are training, the drone program, K9, those types of things. And we have placed sergeants in between them, the lieutenants and the troops, to help run those programs. So we have a training sergeant, we have a drone sergeant, we have a K9 sergeant. We have an administrative sergeant, which is a new collateral duty that handles scheduling and things like that. It's multifolded on why we do that, but the two biggest reasons are leadership development and spreading the love of the responsibility. That helps, especially with the administrative sergeant. We introduced a strategic plan to the police department, and that results in a monthly comp stat. So we go through all of our data, make sure that we're doing the things that we need to do to meet our goals and to meet the vision and mission of the police department. There's been a re-emphasis on the chain of command and a re-emphasis on officer wellness, which is ongoing. We've contracted out to a company to help us ensure that we're moving in the right direction, that we're doing the things that we need to do for the health of our police officers. And I think I mentioned it before in council meeting. This is new across the world in police work. In my experience, I never thought this would happen. And it is a positive thing that we're paying attention to our officers. It's a common, let's throw this out there real quick. It's very common that because we're zero tolerance on everything, it seems with some of the things that you do extracurricularly outside of work, alcohol is a huge problem in police work. And so we're focusing on those things. We have yet to get the data back on anonymous surveys that we've done and our wellness program. At least I haven't gotten the data. I think it was probably around before, but we're building on it with alcohol specifically. I can tell you that in a previous agency that I worked for, anonymously, and officers getting help as a result of this, it's about 52% are abusing alcohol. So we want to get a curb on that, and it's because it's legal. That's the biggest reason, and they can still fall within the zero tolerance, of course, unless they come to work with it on board. We have new uniform requirements across the board. We standardized the uniform in patrol, and so it's the dark pant and the dark shirt. And then our support services and our training uniform is the dark shirt and the tan pants. And so they have the option of doing, or in detectives, for example, they can wear a shirt and tie or a polo, as long as they look nice and kind of a casual business attire. We've put our lieutenant, our sergeant, that's our administrative sergeant, in charge of grants. And we've increased our grant request to $500,000. So I hope we get some of that back. We currently sit at about 163,000, and that has increased 40%. So we're going to pay attention to grants and ensure that we can get some money. Some of the highlights over the last few months is we moved into our new building. We implemented a redesign of the police vehicle markings, which I have to tell you this, I was driving home last night and it's so dark right now when I go home. And one of the cars was parked in the park on 1050. And it seemed like a mile away, but it looked like it was floating. Once my lights hit the side of the graphic, it was just floating there. And there was a truck in front of me that was doing about 44 miles an hour, because I was pacing him in my car. And he turned the corner, and as soon as his light, we're talking probably, I don't know, 200-300 yards ahead, as soon as his lights hit the police car, his tail end bounced up, and his tail lights went on, and he was at 23 miles an hour. Right by. It was really cool, and they look really nice. I think they're clean. They're new. The officers responded very well to them, and I haven't heard any complaints yet from the citizenry. So I'm happy.
So you
about
didn't
that.
pull him over, huh, Chief?
I didn't pull him over. Whoever was it, I couldn't see because it was so dark, got behind me, and then he turned right, and the police officer turned right. So I don't know what resulted in that. We'll see. We acquired a new canine a dope dog. Anya is her name, and we selected Officer Griggs. It was a great process. We had 3 individuals apply for it, and we had outside people come in, and I personally have received from different people that were on the interview panel, all positive comments on how prepared and how well all 3 of the candidates did. But specifically Officer Griggs, I just got a call last night saying that if we weren't friends, if I wasn't friends with this person that was on the board, he would steal Officer Griggs. Because we're friends, he's gonna let it go. So that, as a chief, those are the things you want to hear, you know? We're continuing our UCOPA accreditation. I think it's going to speed up a little bit after the first of the year. We currently use Lexipol as our policy manual. It's too broad. It's written for multiple agencies throughout the country. They do keep up with our statutes and how that can affect our departmental policy, and then I review that and I change the policy appropriately. But we're on top of those as well. And I think it's going to be better for our police department and for our accreditation to have our own policy for the North Ogden Police Department. So I'm rewriting that right now, and I will ensure that you all have an understanding of that and what that means.
What is the accreditation thing?
So UCOPA is the Utah Chiefs of Police Association, and I think there's 7 or 8 in the entire state that are accredited. And what that does is it basically, the state under UCOPA goes through and audits a police department and says, if you want to be accredited, it covers things like policy, procedure, organization, you know, like, do you have an organizational chart and do the officers understand it? Is evidence clearly marked that this is the evidence area of your police department? How are you handling your evidence?
So is it like ISO 9000 for type of thing, or is it
similar?
Okay.
Similar, but it's sponsored by, for the lack of a better term, it's recognized by the state, sponsored by UCOPA, and it's a long process. It usually takes about 4 years, and we're about a year into it. And like I said, there's only about 7, and the really cool thing is you get a really cool plaque that you get to put into your police station. It's just a plaque that sits on the wall. However, you're recognized.
And it's really a best practice.
Yeah.
And it's
That's
best
what
practices.
And
That's
so
what it is.
it doesn't necessarily mean like we'll save more money on
Right.
insurance,
Right.
like our rates would go down. However, it probably is an indicator that we're less likely to have something that
have
would cause
issues.
an issue.
The biggest thing for me personally, and I think for the city, is if you're accredited under UCOPA, you have access to more grants. And so we can get more money that way. And it's a nice recognition. It's nice. It's done on a state level down in St. George. So once it goes, I'll take the command staff down and we'll be on Facebook. It's really cool.
Chief,
Facebook, what's that?
You keep using the number 7. There's only 7
7 or 8 in the state that are accredited.
cities that are UCOPA accredited, and we're working on ours.
And we're gonna get it. I have no doubt that we're gonna get it. We're almost there. The policy was the big part, and the policy is so vast and general that it's just taking a long time, and it's gonna be quicker if I just rewrite it. So I'm excited. It's a big deal. Just to put it in perspective, it took Ogden Police Department just over 4 years to do theirs, and I think we'll have ours done within 2, maybe just over 2. So it's a good thing. And that's Anya over there. She's a cute little pup, Belgian Malinois. She's really good. I've watched her do work, and I'm happy. Our training is blocked by the camera, but basically this is what's required, and we are on board, on schedule to make sure that we do the required 40 hours annual training. I didn't have an opportunity to get the data on where we stand with those 40 hours as an average per officer, but I will have that, and it will, as we move through if we do this again and there's an update and so forth, I will have that information for you. But you can see that as part of that 40 hours training, the state instituted about 2 years ago. 17 hours of that have to be arrest and control, de-escalation, mental disorders and crisis intervention, special needs and sexual assault, abusive investigations. It has been a little bit of a chore for departments to ensure that we meet the criteria that those things are covered under. And we have all of that all in place. Lieutenant Boyette's done a great job with training, and now that we have a sergeant, he too is picking up the slack and making sure that we get that done. We have 2 firearms qualifications, 1 night and 1 day. I would like to increase that, but ammunition is extremely expensive right now. And so we do the best that we can. We ensure that our officers are up to standard with those 2 things. And they can do all the shooting they want on their own. The range that we use there is the Weaver County complex, and they are very good to us to allow us to go in. If a few officers want to go in and just shoot, they can go in and shoot on their own. So
You get to use the simulation thing that's right beside it too.
we do use that. We have access to the Virtua, and that's how we get the 17 hours of arrest and control and de-escalation. It's really fun. It's nearly 360.
Mhm.
It's simunition. And then we also have we call it the bounce house, but it's a blow up simunition house kind of thing, where we can actually use simunitions, which is like paint rounds. And we can go in and we can train actually what's the word I'm looking, inoculation. So if you get hit a couple times, you know, well, this is what's going to feel like. I better shoot first, kind of situation. And it's good for the officers to experience that.
So one by the ATC, kind of sort of.
No,
different one?
No, different one. It can move around. And while we're talking about this, both the Virtua and what the bounce house is, they're both housed in the same area. by the
Oh,
way.
okay.
One is screens.
One
and
is
the other is
screens
a
and the other is
movable
like
inflatable
walls. It actually sits above the hot house at the Weaver County complex, which is where we live fire inside of rooms. It's mostly used by the SWAT team. And so it sits above that, but we have access to all of that. And we're going to build that up. We haven't, since I've been here, we haven't had an opportunity to use the Virtua simulator yet, but we're going to incorporate it.
That was good. I did the Citizens Police Academy thing, and that was awesome.
Yeah, that's the one they use right there. It's really
And then
great.
the simulated ones, yeah, those do hurt. So
They do. They're actual 9mm casings that hold paint in it.
Chief, something that I was just thinking about that will be awesome for you guys is I was just thinking, when Washington expands, we're gonna have all those homes that you could practice training on.
We do.
You're gonna love it.
It's going to be great. And you know, depending on, we'll do simunitions in there, but we also have access to Bates Elementary School to respond for school shootings and or those same types of things right now. But I can't wait for that to happen, because before they get, demolished, we'll make sure that we shoot paint in there. And
Yeah, if you're done.
I'm done.
I was just gonna say that's it for those like Christina. Ryan's probably close enough that he knows, but that Citizens Police activity is really a great activity.
Yeah, the academy. It's really good.
it's amazing. It really showed me that tasers, if it's life threatening, you're not using the taser.
Mhm. And that split second,
Mm-hmm.
which one do I pull? You know,
Did that dog, I mean, that little dog, Anya, is that a puppy or is that?
no, that's her size, but she's just narcotic. She's not a bite dog.
She's not a bite dog, because
We'll get a big dog for our bite dog.
well, I'm not a big guy, but I did that part.
Oh,
That dog hit me and I
Yeah,
thought, oh my
Riverdale.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Riverdale dog.
Yeah, the Riverdale
Did
dog.
you have a sleeve on or a whole suit?
Oh, I had the suit. They made me wear the suit,
Yeah, it's
but
fun.
that's a really great experience.
It's really fun. I think in the last Connection digital release, I wrote a little bit about, from the chief's message, I talked about the Citizens Academy. And so I put the information down there for any citizen and or any leader in the county. They can come to that, and it's really been a success.
I'd actually like to, I didn't get to every one of the activities. I'd like to do it again myself.
Yeah,
next year.
springtime. We'll get you in there.
Okay.
I tried to keep me out every time.
Well,
It's fire. Take your time.
I know.
yeah, it's a fire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chris. A little bit about outreach. We do the National Night Out every year. We have a Citizens Academy 2 times a year. The Fraternal Order of Police, Shop with the Hero. We're establishing that with them. And it's ongoing. We'll do our first one with them at Christmas time. We have on the 21st, we're gonna have officers up at the 3550 Stake Center, LDS Stake Center, because the ward and a couple of the wards are involved in that. And we want to make sure that we're connected with those that help support this, because it's a great thing. It's always a tearjerker when you're in the store and you're walking with these kids and they don't have anything, and they buy presents for their brothers and sisters that they don't know where they are. They don't ask for presents for themselves. It's really cool. Really, really, really cool. Weber CTC, I'm on the board there. And so we have monthly interactions with them. I'm always in communication with them. And I'll be meeting with them this month, I think on the 14th, with the youth committee. They're specifically interested in the skate park and how they can help there reduce some of the things that are going on there as a community that cares.
Our skate park?
And I just pulled the data yesterday on the skate park, and I just have it. I haven't looked at it yet just to see how many calls we've had since it opened, what types of calls we're having. And I'll have that for you as well anytime you need it once I establish it. So youth quarter is ongoing. We just had it yesterday, and it seems to be a success. Of course, our participation at the elementary school and the junior high schools, we're always doing that through our school resource officer. And we're looking into establishing a tri-city, and I haven't even talked to the two other cities here, Harrisville and Pleasant View, about this, because it was just introduced to me last week before Sean left. He was one of the directors at LAPD when I worked at LAPD. That helped with the Explorer program there. Obviously, it's a lot more expansive, but I think if we put the three cities together, we could probably do it with grants and minimal cost to get kids that are between the ages of 18 and 21 to be involved. Much like the Citizens Academy, we put them through a Citizens type academy or an Explorer Academy, and it prepares them if they have interest to be an officer. It helps greatly with recruitment. And so I'm looking into that. I just got to work out smash out the details on it. Okay, a little bit of stats. Total calls for service comparing 23 to 24 year to date September. Our October numbers are coming in now. We haven't had our staff meeting yet, but this gives you an idea. Oh, there it goes. Thanks. These are total calls for service. So this includes not just dispatch calls, but calls that are initiated by officers. We are on track to have about the same amount, if not maybe a little bit lower this year as it pertains to calls for service, which is a good thing, less calls and more opportunity for officers to do proactive enforcement.
So this like not just 911, but just
all calls.
All calls.
Yeah, front desk, CSOs, animal control, code enforcement, everything. I broke it down per shift just to give you an idea. The times, those are our shift times broken down. It's interesting because the numbers are high. They're especially between 1400 and 9 o'clock. So between 2 o'clock and 9 o'clock, people are at home, and officers are doing a lot of proactive stuff there. That's what that kind of shows. So of that big number that you just saw on the previous slide, this is just broken down for that. It slows down obviously in the middle of the night, and we see an increase between 23 and 24. So 24 is a little bit higher. And what this is showing me is as calls go down for 23, calls for service that aren't officer initiated, they're doing more.
Okay.
That's what that's showing, right? It doesn't add up, right? Yeah. And so I as I was looking at it, I'm like, wait a minute, what's this showing me? And what it's showing me is they're working harder on their own, going out, making contacts, talking to people, because that's all counted. Hey, show me here. That's a call. So good work by our officers. They're doing great. This is what we want to see. So if the blue line looks like a happy face and the sad or the orange line starts looking like a sad face, that's what we want. There's this is the whole correlation causation thing. If we write more citations, do accidents really go down? And we see that it's kind of a trend where that 294 is sitting on the 238. If they meet like that, that's your apex of that frowny face. You can see that there's some correlation there. I still have yet to explain why it was so low. I mean, look at the difference. We're not even to the end of the year yet, and we have 2,102 citations versus 294, and they're the lowest. But they're working hard, and they're doing what they need to do. So I'm happy with that.
So can I ask a question? So will you go back to the previous, so when you were talking about, when you're talking about calls, and I look at like 2023, and you've got 5,131 for 2024. That's not, there's 5,131 people calling for the city.
That includes self-initiated activity by the police officer as well. So
what might that look like?
Just the self-initiated?
Yeah.
Of that 5,000, I would have meant, well, depending on the time of day, because I've broken it down right here. It's usually, I can get that for you.
Well, I mean, is that like driving and they see something, okay, I'm gonna go check out.
Yep.
Something doesn't look right over there by the park.
It's a traffic stop.
Yeah, pulling you over for speeding.
Yeah, pulling you over for speeding.
Okay.
It's going into the park over here by the skate park and saying, I'm out on the park doing a foot patrol. Just doing an area check.
But
that counts as a call.
But that could also include police actual calls from citizens.
So
it
does include that. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a combination right there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And I saw the number yesterday and I just didn't put it on a slide today, but I want to say it's probably of the 15,000 calls in 2023, about a third of it, I think, are self-initiated calls. That's cool. And I want those to go up and calls for service to go down. Because that tells me that there's less police activity out there as far as problems, complaints, police complaints, not police complaints, crime complaints, and more face-to-face contact and or officers on patrol.
So can I ask one more question? Sorry.
No.
Well, I'm just curious. So you look at that 5131, my initial thought was, wow, we've got a lot of citizens calling. There a way to?
We break it down all the time. I have all of that information. I just didn't include it in this.
Okay.
And what it's showing me, I can tell you that it showed me that calls are going down, calls for service, police calls for service, not self-initiated, are going to be a little bit lower from 23 to 24. And self-initiated calls for service by police officers are going to be a little bit up from 23 to 24. And that's what we want to see.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep. Our community service officers, this is their total calls for service. We're probably going to come up a little bit lower, which is good. The same type of thing where they have self-initiated, but then they also have much less self-initiated work than the patrol officer. Most of this is calls for service, calling in to complain about animal control problems, code enforcement, desk calls, handling reports that they can handle that officers don't need to handle, like a VIN inspection or something to that point. I think we're on track to probably be just a little lower than 837 in 2024, but we did see a big increase, so we may see this trend continue. Animal control in every city that I've worked in has always been like this. It's the highest of 433, and then here 112 code enforcement calls have been broken down in 2020. Sorry, those are 2024 numbers that we have right now, year to date. And then all the other related calls, like desk calls, there's like 30. So also CSOs handle evidence. So I have one CSO right now, and she's handling everything that you see there as we speak. Well, she's in Hawaii actually right now. So officers are handling this and I'm handling this, yeah. But it's a well-deserved vacation, but we'll get that
She's gonna have a lot to clean up
when she gets back, right?
You guys are having.
Exactly, exactly. It's a good thing. She's really nice. She's real friendly. If you pay attention to the code enforcement number there of 112, just that this was just for, so you can see kind of a comparison. Total code enforcement violations after getting a call saying, hey, my neighbor is doing something bad, code enforcement related. Of that 112 calls in 2020 or in 2024, it resulted so far in 10 actual violations. So it's, and that what we're talking about there is John Doe neighbor A calls and says, my neighbor's doing something bad 112 times. And over that 112 times, they discovered that 12 of those were actual violations. But that doesn't reduce the fact that there was an investigation, a report written, 2 or 3 hours spent on doing that investigation and finding out what they needed to do. And of that, only 12 violations.
And on the violations, is that written violations or is that just found violations? Like what I mean
Those are
is,
found violations. I have a
Okay.
citation slide.
okay.
I think on here. I'm pretty sure I do.
No,
Nope, I don't. Of those citations, about half. Or
About
sorry,
6.
violations, about 6.
Okay.
8, sorry, 8.
Are any of those situations, that the citizen was just convinced out of, I don't know, having the code enforcement the code violated? I can't speak.
Well, so we just asked the same question.
Oh,
I asked
okay.
a different way, which is out of the 12 that were found to be actual violations, 4 of them fixed it before they got
Perfect.
fined.
Right.
Okay.
And 8 didn't, meaning
Okay,
they at least got the
gotcha.
$25
Thank you
fine.
for
Right.
translating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
$25 fine.
that's the
Depending.
first one.
Yeah.
We made $200. All right.
Yep. That can go.
Do we need 10 more code enforcement officers? or anything?
We're getting there.
I already wrote that down.
Well, we're getting there. It's the last slide.
I know.
And then we'll get into some crime rate stuff, then I'll be done. So this is the crime rate, and these are part 1 crimes, which I'll explain on the next slide. And from 2021 to 2024, we've had a 40% decrease in part 1 crimes. That is fantastic. That's amazing. So there's a lot of contributions to that, but most of the contributions are police officers being out in the field and being seen and being visible. It's great. If we compared this to Ogden, obviously it's a bigger city, but to give you a comparison, they're at 38.7%. Or sorry, yeah, 38.7 per 1,000. So 38 people per 1,000 people, those 38 are going to be a victim of a crime. Of our 1,000 people, only 6.3.
So, Chief, I agree, your officers are doing an awesome job. But I'm not sure comparing it to 2021, which was COVID, when everybody was home getting into mischief.
Yep, true.
I mean, have you looked further back to?
I went back to 2017 and it's higher. Actually, 2017 is higher than 2021, higher than 2020.
Really?
Mhm.
So people were behaving when they were home, huh?
Well, yeah, sort of.
Maybe not these priority 1 crimes.
Yeah, there were
Or other crimes.
other things, because unless there was aggravated assault involved in the domestic violence is not listed in this. So that we saw a huge increase in domestic violence during COVID. So it's just not
So domestic
categorized.
violence isn't a tier 1.
No, not unless it includes some of the things, not unless it includes these things down at the bottom. Homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, and it's aggravated assault, not just, hey, it's boom, burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. And that's some magic formula that the DOJ put together, and that's what we track.
It would be interesting to see domestic violence calls. My understanding is that's one of the most dangerous situations our officers get in.
It is.
And if that's exhilarating, and somebody once told me what domestic violence call 2 officers used to can handle, it takes 3 now, particularly if they want a warrant. To do that, I think that would be helpful for the council to understand. How do we keep our
Sure.
officers safe in that situation?
I
Maybe
can get
that's
all that info.
Maybe that's misinformation, that domestic violence calls, but it almost seems that the officer fatalities, almost all that I've heard have been tied to domestic violence call.
Some form of it, you know,
Yeah.
it's a big number. It's a big number. That and motor vehicle crashes. Those are the 2 things that seem to correlate towards officer injuries, death, things like that, DV and police cars. So I can grab that information.
I was
and have-
surprised that the domestic violence situation is not a.
It's not a part 1 crime. Yeah, they look at more, you know, they look at the subcategories of crimes from there. Because domestic violence, theoretically, you get into an argument with your spouse and that's reported. It's reported as like a DV incident. And so I think they wanted to break it down to see if anybody actually got hurt, what the results were and things like that. But you're right. And those are the most dangerous. And then we go back, right? It starts as an argument, turns into a physical altercation. One of the people are arrested. They're given a 72-hour hold where they can't go, or a protective order where they can't be with the other person that they may have victimized. And then something really bad happens.
Yeah, it seems like what they're trying to do, and I can't remember the name of the form officers have to fill out. on that.
Lethality form.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're trying to prevent that from escalating, right?
Right. That's what we're trying to prevent. Yeah. And that'll change, just a little history there. That'll change after O.J. Simpson, where we have to take action, whatever that is, a report, separating them, taking somebody to jail, giving somebody a protective order, or explaining to them how they get their own protective order. But you know, at the end of the day, if we're really talking about public safety, a protective order is only a piece of paper. And it always seems that when it really gets violent, there was one in place.
Well, you look
crazy.
You look at Gabby Patino, right?
Mhm.
Now Moab's being sued, saying, hey, you didn't
Mhm.
prevent
Mhm.
the death of her.
Right. So it's the most difficult call that we go on.
Right.
It's the most complicated call. It's the most emotionally charged call. And it can absolutely be the most violent call we go on.
I don't know how the council feels, but I think that information, we ought to know what that is, because I think our priority being officer and community safety,
Mhm.
that'll tell us a lot, because, you know, this looks really good, like, hey, so what are you guys doing now?
Right. And a lot of it's education, and then we have, you know, YCC, huge, right? But it's how we respond to things. I don't know what the answer is to try to prevent it, other than education, and because people are people, and that's a society. If we found that magic pill, you know, we would see a huge change in this country on the safety of the people we love. It's one of those, it's not a mystery. I think it's just, we just don't know how to fix it. But when we're paying attention to these violent crimes and the ones that are listed on Part 1 crimes, the downward trend you can see in property crimes, which is fantastic because they've always been the higher of the 2. Violent crimes tend to just kind of stay in that wave down at the bottom. So the orange number, they generally don't take spikes down. Generally, it is what it is, and we try to do our best to prevent it. A lot of those are domestic violence. A lot of those. But to see property crimes go down, those are the complaints and questions that you're going to get as council members. You know, what are you doing about the fact that 6 cars have been broken into, or 6 cars have been stolen on my street? And that's usually a ring. And then we catch them, and then we see it go down a little bit, and then it spikes back up. People warming their cars up in their driveway. That's a big one. And so we'll put out a public service announcement through social media regarding that as it gets colder. We always see a little bit of an increase there. So I'm happy with that. A lot of times, like I said, it's kind of rings or thefts or whatever that occur. But to see it go from 22 in violent crime to 14 in 2024, and we're not done yet. We're still probably going to come up a little bit under That 14 hasn't changed for 2 months. So I'm happy to see that.
Is that ever since you came?
Yep. Actually, yeah, it hasn't changed for 4 months, you got, or 5 months. You guys. That's exactly why, Mayor. These are good numbers. We base what we do and how we're meeting our goals on this slide right here. It's a big one for us. Here's your slide.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
For consideration, based on what they do and how they help our officers out, 2 full-time CSOs would be requested. I had my request today. I just did a quick, and this is very general math. For those 2 full-time CSOs, it's about $160,000. We wouldn't need to get a vehicle at this time because of how it would be organized and how we would cover the desk and evidence and how we would cover field rotations to go out. We have 2 CSO trucks now. To compare that, 1 officer would be about $160,000. So we can get 2 for 1 and still do the things that I believe we need to do. But based on the planning and building slide, we need to look into the future. And our next step after getting CSOs in position would be to get another full-time position police officer. It's coming, and we need to make sure that we keep the per 1,000 citizen crime down. Another one, and this is, we have an ongoing contract with Safe Fleet. They run our body worn camera system and our in-dash camera system. Their system is changing, and the data component, the storage of data and information, they're sunsetting that and they're going to the cloud. And that conversion with 7 LPRs placed in the police car, so license plate readers inside the police car, will cost us about $10,000 spread out. The initial cost would be about $7,000, and then the additional $3,000 would be spread out over 5 years. And like I said, we have a current contract with them. We're going to be updating the storage system, but in that updating, we got a discount on the LPR installation and support into 7 police cars. The officers really desire that. It's not the full fleet. We'd only have them in 7 of the cars that we have, and it is a great price. So I'm requesting that as well. The state of the police department is good. We've had some big cultural changes. The accountability that I talked about before, a lot of that is the culture itself of the police department has changed a little bit. Just like with any society, sometimes there's just, it's like a family, right? And you have this big family, and now there's a new mom and dad, and they're here and they want to set the rules and put the boundaries down. And by putting boundaries down, it identified who the dysfunctional brothers and sisters might be. And so we've had some changes with some of the kids in the family, and that has been a positive change. We're seeing the results of that. I think that the change is hard anyway, but the department seems to be coming together. It was traumatic when you have people leave for various reasons, and the change itself identifies some of the problems. And so then as an administration with me and Jason and Nate, we've really paid attention to where the family dynamics are. And we've addressed those that are still with the police department, and we've addressed those that are now gone. And it is for the better. We're healthier. And with the ongoing wellness program, it's going to help us pay attention to some of the things, but a lot of it was culture, and a lot of it was not knowing what each individual officer expectations are. And so we established expectations, the basic things. This is what we expect of you as a police officer, to continue to serve and protect the community of North Ogden. And once those expectations were set, it weeded out those that shouldn't be here, and it is unifying those that are still here. And so I'm really, really happy with the leadership. The leadership is growing. I'll share just a real quick experience, then I'll be done. In the middle of all of this, we had an individual that was struggling, partly because he didn't know what his expectations were, partly because he wasn't ready to have a leadership position, and partly because of his age, probably maturity, right? And so he was approached, expectations were given, boundaries were set, and he wasn't meeting those expectations. He was spoken to, and on his own made the decision that he should be not in a leadership position, and for the health of him and his family, and in preparation for maybe ultimately becoming a leader later in his career, he decided to demote himself. And I thought that was an amazing move, a very mature move. And it was all because these things were set in place and he was able to recognize those things. And he was mature enough at his age now, even though he's young, to see that maybe my future needs to go down this path. And once that occurred, and after a little bit of a rocky road because of human nature, he's been nothing but positive so far. Representative Ryan Wilcox came out and did a ride along with this individual. And I met with him this week, unrelated, and he had a great time. It was positive, and this person wasn't positive before. And so it was nice to see that there is some growth. And sometimes it's just giving people an opportunity to grow. So we're going to continue that. I hope it becomes even stronger. And I'm really happy to be here. You guys, this has been fantastic for me. And I think for all of us at the police department. I love the people I work with. I love this city. And we'll just keep on trucking.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on.
So I would just add maybe something to that, Chief. Some members on the council may be aware of this, but I think additionally setting the expectations and the culture in a very difficult time of getting officers, of recruiting officers and keeping officers. A very critical decision was made to set the tone in that department. When something that had been somewhat acceptable before amongst not amongst the administration of the city, but amongst the police officers themselves. The chief says this is not how it's going to work, and we lost, two experienced officers because the fact is this is something that's not in our culture. And I do have a question on your 2025 requests, because I think this has become an issue. Most of us saw what the county just did to try to retain and recruit officers. I did talk with Commissioner Harvey about that, asked him how they're paying for that.
Mm-hmm.
His thing is they've been so short on officers and overtime that they're taking that money and spreading it out. Where are we in regards to what you need for retention? We try to be competitive, but like I say, this is just circular, and he says, of course, they're not getting a raise this year because it wasn't in the budget, so this is kind of just compensating for till they can get that study done.
Somewhat of a catch-up.
So where are we? Where do we need to be? What, from your perspective?
Well, I think part of it is it's a little bit of a different animal here because we only hire lateral police officers, and so that changes things just a little bit. And we're focused on filling that one spot. We're not trying to keep people right now, and so the perspective, the angle that you would take is a little bit different. So I think we can continue to do what we're doing, which is the $5,000 bonus for a lateral to come in. I think we can also, for a minimal cost, have some type of bonus that we can give to the officers that are recruiting. They're already doing it. They're doing it for free right now, but maybe it might incentivize them more to, if we gave them, $250 or $500 referral bonus. I think that's good. Also,
I thought we did.
Did we do away with it? I think
I don't know. I don't think we have a.
We do. Yeah.
We do.
We did. So
we'll continue to do that. I didn't know we had it. Uh,
Yeah, because I guess the ones we got recently weren't referrals, they were
they came in on their own,
self-initiated.
yeah.
Yeah.
I refer Anthony inside.
Yeah. Gotcha, Bryce. I'll mark it down.
You made a comment that maybe I misinterpreted here. You says we're not trying to keep officers?
Well, we're trying to keep, what I'm saying is that we don't have officers trying to leave. And so, yet, so retention, going after that $10,000, I haven't got any, we're getting enough underlying information from deputies from the county that $10,000 doesn't mean anything to them because they're so far behind and they think it's a slap in the face. And so we don't have, they're talking to their friends who work here and they're not saying, hey, we just got that $10,000. Come on, we need people. They're not saying that. They're not, our officers aren't getting that information from them. So I'm not seeing any draw to the county so far. And I could, it's just not what I'm seeing. Because it's so dysfunctional there that they don't want to work there right now. Now, if that wasn't the case, our guys would be leaving in a second, but something's going on there and the information that our officers are receiving are keeping them here. Things are better here than they are there. I have more interest in people leaving the county and coming to us with a pay cut, considering, they're considering it, than I do of hearing about our guys, and maybe you can help me, Nate, you have boots on the ground more than I do, of interest of, hey, it's so much better at the county, we want to leave.
Yeah, the county right now is down to, I think they're running the whole county off of 3 deputies on at one time. So they are not happy over there. Some of them have canines, and so they are staying because of that, because they don't want to lose the dog. Otherwise, they would go somewhere else.
Safety, officer safety, I mean, that's the big, huge complaint over there is that the nobody's safe because a response time's 12 minutes. Let's say you work in the valley by yourself and something goes down, usually in 20 minutes or more. And so I think officers are fairly happy here, and I'm not seeing the signals that they're yeah, we can go get $10,000 more because this is what they're doing based on a 3-year, what, $2,500 a year or something like that, I think is what they're gonna do. Or 2,500 a quarter. So that's what I meant by that. We're retaining our people. We need another person and we want to get good people. And I think if we had, you can always pay more, if we could pay our officers more, I think it would overcome the canine situation, the young officer who doesn't know any better, to come here. But we need one person. We're doing more with less right now. And I think we're in good shape. I think we keep doing what we're doing right now.
Does the referral bonus just go to the one who's hired or to anyone who applies, or?
No, it goes to the employee who said, hey, I want my buddy John.
But I'm just saying, what if the employee refers someone who doesn't end up getting hired? Does he get?
It's only if they get hired.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not
Yeah,
sure
it is.
because I haven't read
It's
it.
only if they get hired.
It's either,
I mean, if
and we
we're
can split that.
struggling,
Yeah.
It's not like we can't squeeze in another 500.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
only it's only one.
Yeah, I've seen them set up before and I have to look at this one and maybe we can split that money up or even ask for more money to do that, like $1,000, where if they get hired, they get $500. If they get off probation, they get another $500. So it'd be a year later. And so ultimately they get a full 1,000.
We're paying 5 now.
1,000.
We're paying 1,000 now.
That's after they get off of their first year.
No, it's when we hire them. We
The
pay the
referral is
referring
1,000?
officer 1,000.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And
And we had a
then
few
we're
of
even better shape than I thought.
Yeah.
You like that?
I do. I like it a lot. And the fronting of benefits of vacation time and sick time is a huge thing. It's huge. And we're doing that as well. It's just finding the right lateral. We've had like 5 applications for this one position here just recently within the last 2 weeks. And one of them wasn't a lateral. One of them thought he was, and the other 3 were not to the standards of the North Ogden Police Department. So we have that too, and that's up to us. I'm not just going to put somebody in that position I want to make sure that we don't have the problems that we had over the last couple of months and get a higher standard of officer that meets the standards of the guys and gals that are working here now. They have to be a good cultural fit. Do they fit into the family, as well as do they have experience, and are they tactically sound, and all of those things. And so we're being a little picky considering the times right now. But we're in a pretty good spot, I think, even though we're one down. That's my approach.
I piggyback off you a little bit, Chief. I think that the culture has definitely changed. And the way the culture used to be was if we had an opening and we had 5 people to pick from, we'd pick the best of the 5, whether or not it was somebody that was gonna work out or not. We just hoped for the best.
So you hire the tallest person and everyone with short people?
Which didn't always work out. And we're at the point now that we are willing to wait for that right person, not just to fill a spot. Like right now, our officers are working 12-hour shifts to fill in the gaps for those who are on light duty and are opening right now. But we don't want to fill it with somebody just to get by that's gonna end up getting the department sued or everything and all that other stuff. We're trying to look out for the city and the department, make sure everything goes ahead smoothly.
I think my point was, Chief, that if you need additional resources, we want to stay ahead of it, right?
I appreciate that,
We
sir.
don't want to fall behind, so, you need to let us know.
Okay, I will.
Thank you for what you've been doing. I think one of your goals a long time ago was to be more visible, and I've noticed that. I think things have been turning out really great, and I see improvement happening. Thanks
Well,
for what you're doing.
visible, because sometimes the invisible police card gets people.
It's like this. These aren't the droids you're looking
Once
for.
we're caught.
Okay,
Sorry.
Yeah,
I just
no,
wanna
jump in.
attest to what they're saying. I got an opportunity to work with a lot of the officers on a one-on-one basis. And previously, there have been a lot of grumblings and some concerns, and within the last couple of months, I can't tell you, when I come in, they're happy. They only have nice things to say. It's been a huge change, even that I've noticed just from the bottom level, working one-on-one with a lot of the officers, that I think we're in a really good place. None of them are, at least when I've talked to them, are considering leaving, want to leave. They all want to stay. And so Chief and the lieutenants have done a great
Yeah,
job.
I put a lot of that on the lieutenants. They were field promoted. Here you go. This is your thing. And that's tough. It's really, really hard. There's no manual for any of the stuff we do. There really isn't. You go to the academy, you're
He
done.
was telling me, and all that's happened in spite of you being. the
In
chief.
spite of me being the chief. Exactly, Mayor.
That's what he said.
I do have to give them kudos and their development of their leaders. For somebody to walk in and say that they don't want to be a sergeant anymore because they don't think they're ready, they're not a good fit right now, and they're looking ahead in their career, even though it was a little rocky, right? That's a big deal. And so I have to give credit to the 2 lieutenants because they both worked with him. And I was just the last guy that he talked to, right?
Don't shortchange yourself, because you and I have had a conversation
Sure.
about what took place there.
Sure.
And it was in the spirit of helping him understand, which is really important.
It was.
So he got information to help him make that
Right.
decision. And that's in my opinion, an aspect of a good leader is you're willing to say, here's how it is, here's where we need to improve, how can we help? Which is, I think, the conversation.
It was. Expectations. That's what it came down to. It was really amazing. It works, guys. Totally works.
Mayor, can I just say 2 things really quick?
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I'm not
oh,
in charge,
sorry,
so
John.
Go ahead.
no, you're just keeping us from lunch, that's all.
Okay.
I'm just teasing.
Real fast, we all know the advantage of getting the right person on the right seat on the bus, right? And if we put the wrong one in, it ends up causing problems, right? But second of all, I've been so impressed, and you didn't know this, but I think between the council and the mayor, we've kind of set this goal, because I think a few years ago, North Ogden was like number 4 the fourth safest city in the state. You know, not knowing what parameters that meant, right? But I think we've all kind of made a commitment that public safety is the #1 priority. And I think because of what has been done and what's being done, it's very applaudable.
Can I just add something to that? I think what we've said is having a safe city is our #1 priority, and that includes, you know, making sure that, you know,
Sure.
the team effort obviously is let out publicly by police, but you know, having a safe city involves, you know, keeping adequate records, making sure sewer works.
Yeah.
You know, all those good things, so.
Yes, my words were not to downplay any other department.
No, and I know it wasn't. I just wanted to make sure that, because a lot of you don't recognize, Ryan's probably been around long enough, but, you know, there was a time when the city it was almost toxic. Everybody was, John can tell you this. I mean, it was not just with the council, but within the city offices themselves. Is it perfect now? But it's dramatically increased under John's leadership, with the support of all the other department heads. But I mean, I feel good because, yeah, we don't always agree, the council, but I don't see any harsh feelings. And John can tell you that it wasn't too long ago, within probably the last 10 years, even less than that, that it was
rough.
It was rough. So
Yeah.
I've always believed that, you know, people having the ability to express their opinions, having open discussion, not always agreeing, but not taking it personally, it really helps the city function better, I think.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay. Great discussion.
I just want to leave us with this. You can have as many degrees as a thermometer, but it doesn't make you a good leader.
Yeah, it's true.
Degrees are important. I'm gonna remember that one.
I love a dad joke. I love a dad joke. So I think let's do lunch for the next 20 minutes. And then we'll come back and do capital projects and just take that right into the long-term goals and priorities. You know, as per usual, we'll mute it while we're on this break, but since we'll be sitting here, just in the spirit of open meetings, just discuss each other and lives. We're not talking city stuff or business. So, and just as a reminder, not that I've heard anything this morning, I just want to make sure that the folks online know that we're following the rules. So thanks, everyone.
Yes, thanks.